All right, and we're in on time. On time. Good evening. Just a few moments before 6 p.m. on January 21st, 2024. And see what we got going on here. Good evening, James. How you doing? And mania continues. Seemingly. Oh boy. All right.
You can't kill Michael Myers! It's impossible!
This is what happens.
All right. We get the idea.
A little bitch! What do you fucking want from me? Get off my dick!
You know, if you don't understand the situation, it's better sometimes not to speak and just be proven a complete imbecile in the matter. Okay, so...
Man, fuck you. I think you a bitch. You understand what I'm saying?
Another blunt, man. This is good time.
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying it?
That's what he was saying.
First they think you're crazy, then they fight you.
I don't know. I don't really think that's the case.
And then all of a sudden you change the world.
All right. Take it away, Donnie.
This is not financial advice, not legal advice for entertainment, educational purposes only, and anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button, or that YouTube algorithm stuff so you get the videos I put them out. See that I'm thinking, see I'm analyzing that data, but like I tell you every day, the data they release us is false. So I'm going to give us a false narrative of the market so we can make bad trading decisions.
Oh, yes.
Listen, a lot of people asking me about the AMC short interest.
Right.
You got these shills saying that because the short interest, the reported short interest rather, the reported short interest is under 10%. That means
got it right there.
Have been covering their short positions. Listen, and I'm not telling you to buy, hold, or sell AMC.
We understand.
What I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is this. First of all, the short interest is self-reported. And we all know that these bad actors do not have to report anything. So
wrong. Well, actually, that's true. That's true. They don't have to report anything. But that's not where the data comes from. Doesn't come from the borrower for Ortex. Also, it doesn't even come from Ortex. It comes from the goddamn exchange. Comes from the motherfucking exchange. So that's not self-fucking reported. God damn it. Fuck you.
Report something, they're going to report something that supports their narrative.
Well, it's a good goddamn thing that that's not how it works then, isn't it? Brother. I mean, motherfucker. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense, would it?
Okay? They're going to report numbers that support their narrative. We have institutions and entities that haven't reported short interest for years. For years. At one point, Credit Suisse didn't report short interest for 10 years. Okay? So when we see these short interest numbers that they're pushing, that is under 10%, these are self-reported numbers. And in my opinion, these self-reported numbers is used to support their narrative to make us think that they are covering their AMC shorts when we know that they are not. Okay?
This is why it pays not to be an uneducated fool. Because if you actually believe this, then you don't understand how the data is reported. You haven't taken the time. I mean, it's basic fucking shit. So either he believes that and he's retarded, or he somehow knows that it's not self-reported and is just trying to fool people. Either way, fuck you. Unacceptable. Unacceptable at this point.
Because where are they getting the shares from? And
lenders, accounts. All of the 4 million apes that are holding AMC shares in their account. And why do you want... Well, anyway.
And you guys saying, oh, they're getting them from Adam and a dilution. No. Aron changed shares for debt. We don't even know if those shares even made it into the market yet, because he didn't give us a full disclosure. We don't know if they're even allowed to sell those shares. He didn't give us a full disclosure. And that's another thing that I don't like about Aron. Okay, you traded the shares for debt. Okay, I understand that. You don't think that shareholders would like to know if they can sell the shares right away, or if they have 6 months to sell the shares, or if they can't sell the shares for a year? Do you think shareholders would like to know exactly what agreement you made with these people?
Oh, well, excuse me.
Excuse me. Shares with.
We'd like to know.
We'd like to know.
We'd like to know these details. It makes a difference to us as far as whether we're going to buy more and hold more, I guess. I don't know why it makes any difference at this point. You're trapped. You're trapped. Well, I thought that YouTube demonetized him. That's what he said. But then I also see that I can pay him $2. Thank you. Thanks. $2. Look at this. I can go all the way up to 500. Jesus. Where's the shit emoji? Can I put that? Anyway, and as far as I thought, you couldn't do this if you weren't monetized. Like, monetization is all aspects of money having to do with your channel. So I don't know. Super thanks. That I'm gonna have to look into that, or I don't know if somebody wants to look into that, but that's the assumption I was going off of. God, I hope that I'm wrong about that, though. I hope he isn't. If he is, fuck me.
You did it with. Some people think it's Antara. Some people think it's Citigroup. Some people think it's other entities. But as shareholders, we should be entitled to that information. I mean, don't we technically own the company? Don't you technically work for us? So why would you hide information from the owners? Because you don't want us to know exactly what you're doing. But that's not the point. The point is this. The short interest, in my opinion, is severely undervalued. And it doesn't take into account the billions of counterfeit shares.
Well, let me stop you right there, buddy. Let me stop you right there. Come on. I mean, no, absolutely no fucking data. Absolutely no data except a Fintel screenshot that clearly shows about a little over 10%. Well, actually, that's short volume. Short interest, I don't know what this is here. Short interest is 23 million. So, yeah, I mean, here we go with this. I believe that it is. My faith tells me that it is underreported. Okay.
So if we took all those counterfeit shares and figure that into the short interest is probably like 1,000%.
Fuck.
They're gonna report it under 10%, and you know why? Because it support their narrative that they are closing their AMC short positions when I know they are not.
You don't know fucking shit, buddy. You don't know fucking shit.
Anyway, please leave some comments. Tell me what you think. Do you
No. Short interest that occurs in overseas trading is now reported by FINRA. Oh, now it's overseas. Look, it's all illegal in overseas. This is the new this is a new catalyst now. It's overseas short positions. Short interest that occurs overseas trading is not reported by FINRA. Oh, you guys figured it out. Wow, how did they get to it? Well, Sparky's clearly a shill. Adam Aron did give full disclosure. It's in the filings you never read. This proves how little research and how much you just make things up. How little you research. Wow. They recycle tricks. They covered through RS and conversion. Just because you don't believe it doesn't mean it's not true. That's nonsense. Bullshit. Nobody knows anything factual about AMC at this juncture. It's all a lie. Every bit of it. Well, Isaac. I beg to differ. How they covering when we're not selling? They don't believe anything AA says, period. I don't believe it. I don't believe that. Nobody knows anything about AMC. At this juncture, it's all a lie. Every bit of it. If he's talking about the official narrative, is he wrong? I don't know. All right, let's hear Mikey's money. So here's a young stud, a young buck in the AMC grifter scene.
People love going to movie theaters.
Not Adam Aron. Obviously, I'm not talking about this old man.
Over 1 billion times a year in the United States.
What's good, YouTube? Today I'm going to be going over AMC stock and why I think it's about to squeeze. But before I do get into that, make sure to go down and subscribe if you are new to the channel. I do talk about AMC stock every single day. So Friday was our second green day in a row. We were up almost 2%. Thursday we were up about 8%. So we're up about 10% in the past 2 days. And it was National Popcorn Day yesterday. So we weren't up by a lot. We were only up by about 10 cents. But that's 2%, especially when we're trading at this low of a level. I mean, we are looking at
how'd we miss National
AMC's
Popcorn Day? God damn it!
Actually, $4.01, which would have basically been 40 cents, and now we're basically trading at 45 cents. So I do believe AMC has the potential to go up by a lot this next month, this next week possibly, because it's so undervalued and the buying pressure is insane, and people are starting to feel more bullish, especially with 2 green days in a row. People were saying it's a pump and dump, but I guess y'all were wrong because it was green 2 days in a row. I don't know. It still is possible for it to go down. I'm not going to lie. But I think it's more.
What the hell? What is this? What do we live in? We live in the era now where you smoke weed and make videos about shit that you know nothing about. That's what we are. That's what we've come to. Wonderful. Jesus Christ. So, I love that he's using the pre-RSC number, 45 cents. We're at 45 cents. We can only go up from here. No, you're at 451, and there's definitely room to go down. Definitely room to go down. Which he acknowledges, you know, in all fairness, said, you know, it could definitely go down, but, you know, you can't call this a pump and dump because it went up for 2 days in a row.
Possible for this to go past $5, past $6, past $10, like nothing. I mean, it looks crazy. I mean, the 10% is this. If it were to go back to what it was trading 3 months ago, it would look like a crazy, crazy spike. If we zoom out, though, that's
how they get you. That's how they get you. They're conditioning you. See, you know, they're fucking you. They're fucking you. And they're making you love 450. They're gonna make you love 450. They're gonna make you wish it was 450 so bad. Oh, kid, you are in for some pain.
Nothing. It really would be nothing, because this would be a real freaking spike up to $100. But a spike up to $10 would just be a jump in the air, really. And that's over 100% gain. This is why I love AMC stock. I mean, they have just been pulling back the slingshot for a long time now.
Pulling back the slingshot.
I didn't even know AMC was doing. You could watch UFC fights live now at AMC. More profit. I mean, look at what they're doing. They didn't really do this in the past, did they? No. They're looking at new ways of innovation. Live sporting events. I mean, freaking everything, guys. Live sporting events, concerts.
Yeah, live sporting events. They didn't do that in 2021 for sure.
You have to be really high if you think AMC is going bankrupt. Q4 is coming in about a month now.
You have to be really high?
Quarter. I mean, weird.
No, I think I have to be really high to think that anything that you say is worth listening to. You got to join the plane of existence that you're on, kid, in order to take this shit seriously. I'm over here eating chicken tenders. I don't know.
He broke records last
quarter. What are you talking about?
Q4 is even going to top that record. Record-breaking quarters, quarter after quarter, and AMC's trading its all-time low. This is why I'm buying more at this price. So yesterday was National Popcorn Day. AMC said, come celebrate with us. Get unlimited refills on any size of popcorn. So you could have just got a small and just kept refilling that. But honestly, like, I filled up my 2024 bucket, and you get another refill, but I only filled it up once. Like, that's too much popcorn. You're going to have a heart attack over
See, it's a scam.
AMC. They're selling this bag here of freaking popcorn. It's a popcorn bag for $80. This is literally for
$80.
I really don't see anyone else who would buy this but apes. But there's millions of us, so I mean that's a lot of money right there. You guys broke it. It's still on National Popcorn
because
Day.
you bought one for $80, right? You bought 4. He bought 8 of them. So yeah, if you all bought 8, go out and buy 8 $80 popcorn bags. And then you'll have your squeeze. I mean, logically, right? I mean, it's a lot of money, he said.
So I guess on Amazon, the popcorn was sold out, all flavors, which is insane. Popcorn is the most profitable food on the planet, really. We went over it in my last video, but AMC is making so much money off this.
Oh my God.
Popcorn, everything. And it's going to be in Q4. It is going to be in Q4. We're going to see how much exactly we're looking at with the popcorn. And I feel like it's going to surprise everyone. I really do. I really feel like it's going to be a lot of money. Aron confirms short sell.
I really, really hope Jesus comes back before I have that test on Friday because I don't want to study. Please, God. I want to move out of my parents' house. But actually, I kind of like this room, though, too. I like my blinds.
Sellers attacking AMC stock price in 2019. Is it still happening? Aron stating that AMC stock was being attacked by short sellers in 2019. 5 years later, and it's
look how much younger Aron looks there. Holy fucking hell! Look how much younger Aron looks in 2019. God damn, these apes have taken 10 years off his fucking life. Holy shit.
The stock price. I'll continue buying and holding as it's just a matter of time. TikTok shills and predatory hedge fund short sellers, your day of reckoning is coming and we're never leaving. I am actually real curious to see what the hell happened here. Let's freaking go over this.
Joining us now in a first on CNBC interview for more is AMC CEO Adam Aron.
Adam Aron
for joining us.
My pleasure. Well, Courtney, nice to be with you both.
So talk us through why you feel the market is trading your stock down despite some record ticket sales numbers and decent earnings.
We've heard that before.
This was a great earnings report for AMC that we issued this morning before the market opened. We did report an all-time third quarter high for ticket sales and ticket admissions to our theaters. A strong improvement to our business, especially in Europe.
But they didn't have the dumbass apes.
All-time record.
Why? On a good earnings report, because they didn't have the dumbass apes. This was 2019. I don't know. I'm just talking out of my ass here.
Our EBITDA, which is really
EBITDA, which is what my compensation is tied to. Yes, we know, Adam. But also, I don't know, what was the debt?
Unit of measurement for our
how much did that grow?
Was up 33% year over year when you adjust out a non-cash accounting change, something called ASC 842. So we really had great results, and the stock actually went right up after we announced. We've been the victim of some short selling during the year. There might have been some game playing with our stock today. But as I said, most people who follow the company closely thought this was a very strong record-setting quarter for AMC.
Well, either way, some of those milestones that you mentioned, clearly you still have an EPS loss. And is that a sort of highlight, despite the fact that you have been outpacing some of your rivals, that your broader industry is under serious threat, that you're having record ticket sales, you're doing better than some of your rivals, but you're still reporting an EPS loss and your stock price is still falling quite sharply?
Well, we're not actually measured on EPS. We're measured on EBITDA. So it's not the most relevant statistic for AMC. Yes, there's a loss, but that has a lot to do with our particular circumstance. We've got a very complicated derivative security in place that gets marked to market every quarter. We also bought 3/4 of our circuit in the last 36 months. So it's whereas
there you go.
Companies report depreciation based on the cost basis of their assets, we use purchase accounting. So we marked all our assets, or not all, but 3/4 of our assets up to market levels in the last 3 years. So our depreciation expense is large. As I said, net loss, net income, EPS is not the basis of how we're measured. EBITDA is, and on that measure, we had a record 18. Second quarter of 19 was strong. Today we're up 33% year over year. These are good.
Blah, 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 blah. We're doing great.
Your question, though, is the notion that somehow we're under siege. That's really a press fiction that comes out of people realizing that streaming is another way to watch movies, in addition to what might be called the old-fashioned way, where you go to a theater, except there's one thing.
I'm in my mind, I have this fantasy that he's like sitting there watching it like, holy shit, I fucked up. But I know in my heart of hearts that that's not what he's going to say when he comes back.
People love going to movie theaters. They do it over 1 billion times a year in the United States. And as I said, in the quarter that we reported today, we hit an all-time record high for admissions at our theaters. So as opposed to our business being under siege, we're actually booming.
We're actually booming, is what he said. We're actually booming. This was in 2019, before the squeeze, obviously. I've had a couple comments saying, oh, well, Mikey, obviously you're not doing your research. You haven't seen what Aron said recently about the stock price and why he's not talking about it. No, I haven't seen it. I mean, if I missed something, let me know. I'm only human. I don't freaking look at AMC stock 24 hours a day. But if he said something, y'all let me know, because I haven't seen anything this year. I really haven't. I've searched it up. I haven't found anything. If you find something, let me know. This is really how I'm feeling right now. Hey, Shorts, how's this for leaving? Not leaving. That is us. We're not leaving no matter what. Most of us, 99.9% of us, if not 100% of us, are down. You're only up if you bought it 2 days ago at $4. That's it. AMC, that interview, as y'all saw, AMC was trading at around $9. Over the next couple of months, AMC dropped from that point. It was already down like 70% in the past 3 years, as we saw in that freaking interview. It was at $9. It still went down to $1 before the squeeze. So it still went down around 90% from that level.
Yeah, because there was a pandemic and everything closed. Interesting.
Right now, even deeper in the hole though, and I feel like the squeeze could be even crazier just because of the dip that is available for us. Not financial advice, but this could be life-changing money. I really do think, because nothing has changed. Nothing has changed with AMC. If anything, the fundamentals have got even bigger. He said over 1 billion theater visits in the United States alone. 1 billion. How much?
That's what he said in 2019. That was before.
What's that number to be when Drake starts dropping his concert film, after Taylor Swift, after everything? What's that number going to be? It is going to be crazy. So according to CNN, this is the AMC stock price forecast. The 5 analysts offering 12-month price forecast for AMC Entertainment Holdings have a median target of $6 with a high estimate of $12 and a low estimate of $4.10. The median estimate, which is $6, represents a 35% increase from the last price of $4.43. 35%. Now let's take it to $12. That's almost 200%. And obviously most of our average prices aren't at $4.40, but nothing's stopping us from averaging down. Last time I was looking at
Whoops.
Articles like this was the day before AMC shot up 100% on July 24th. I was seeing a price target of $2.50. Obviously now trading at 40 cents, so they were right, I guess. But AMC still went up to $8, $8.50. Right after I read that same day on July 24th, AMC shot up over 100%, and I sold, I'm not gonna lie. But that just goes to show that this is all BS. No one knows exactly where the stock is gonna go.
He did? Whatever. I'm going to look him up here in just a minute, actually.
Up, down, sideways, it doesn't matter. No one knows. So there's always hope. There is always hope. You could be negative.
Well, you know, the thing about that is, how about this?
As my Jewish friends in LA used to say, a man who has to hope is already in trouble. And that's why we don't hope. We know, we scope.
A man who has to hope is already in trouble. Listen to Jay.
My Jewish friends in LA used to say, a man who...
And his old Jewish friends in L.A.
As my Jewish friends in L.A. used to say, a man who has to hope is already in trouble. And that's why we don't hope. We know, we scope.
Well, I don't know about the last part there at the end, but...
All you want? But I don't see AMC going lower than $4. I don't. Could happen, but I don't see.
Oh.
But that's going to do it for this update. I hope you guys enjoyed. Let me know what you thought about...
We did. We sure did. Okay. What's happening over here? Oh, okay. Dollar's trying to bounce. All-time highs, baby. Yeah, much deserved. Great fucking job, Wall Street. Much, much deserved. Okay. Check this out. Speaking of deserved.
This is not financial advice, not legal advice. Like I tell, bad trading decisions. Listen.
Bad trading decisions like this?
Everybody knows by now that I had over 200 AMC call options expire worthless on Friday, January 19th. And of course, the shows are laughing. They think that it's a big deal.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
I'm going to tell you guys something, and I'm not telling you to buy, hold, or sell AMC. I'm not telling you to buy AMC call, sell AMC calls, buy AMC puts, sell AMC puts. What I'm just giving you is my analysis of my personal situation. Based on everything I was seeing, I thought AMC was going to squeeze. So I bought the call option. I bought the leaps. And this was before.
No, you didn't.
I knew Aron was doing a reverse split.
No, you didn't. You bought cheap, out of the money fucking options. Those are not leaps. Those are not leaps. No, you bought lottery tickets. Is what you bought. Let's get that straight.
He invented these reverse, and this was before I knew Aron was doing a reverse split. It was before he invented these ape shares.
Listen to him. Listen to him. He's setting up the excuse. He's setting up why it's not his fault. Oh boy, pass the damn buck.
All the shenanigans with Project Popcorn and everything else. Okay.
Everything else that hasn't been proven.
I believe they conspired. I believe it was Citigroup.
I believe,
Aron,
yep.
And Aron conspired to put all this together in order to help them get out of their short positions. But I believe that they created so many counterfeit shares, not just Citigroup, but all the other bad actors.
Okay, let's look at this here. You had over 200 AMC call options expire worthless. That's undesirable. Yet, on the other hand, you believe all these conspiracy theories. It's almost like, you have bad data. I don't know how else to put it. It's almost like you don't know anything. It's almost like you're using shit for data. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
Because they all were following the same lead. They were thinking that retail investors, based on our past behavior, we usually buy high and sell low, and they make the difference. But they did not expect us to stay in the AMC position so long, so they kept making more counterfeit shares and more counterfeit shares and more counterfeit shares. And then when it couldn't sustain the counterfeit shares anymore, then they started making counterfeit tokens to use as false locates for the FTDs. So now you got quadrillions of counterfeit tokens out there. Now, why would you need quadrillion of counterfeit tokens? Because you had quadrillion of counterfeit shares. I mean, that's the only explanation. The tokens serve no purpose unless there are counterfeit shares to back them up.
And unless the whole counterfeit tokens thing is bogus, can we include that as a possibility? I mean, listen to him. The only explanation, because these are foregone fucking conclusions that must be observed in order for this thing to make sense, which it doesn't. I mean, that is a ridiculous thing to say. But we have to stick with the narrative. So, the only explanation is that there's quadrillions of counterfeit shares. I mean, there's no other choice. Take it or leave it.
Now, why would you need quadrillion of counterfeit tokens? Because you had quadrillion of counterfeit shares. I mean, that's the only explanation. The tokens serve no purpose unless there are counterfeit shares to back them up. So you wouldn't create a quadrillion counterfeit tokens unless you had a quadrillion counterfeit shares in order to trade one for them. Okay? And that is just my opinion. That is what I believe. Okay? So then when they did a 10-to-1
okay, that's your opinion, that's what you believe. Okay. All right. Good. And I believe that, Santa Claus has come to town. He gets some credit for admitting to losing on 200 call options. I suppose. They
thought that would bring them home, but they didn't realize.
I guess I probably wouldn't be so willing to admit that, but I mean, shit, at this point.
How deep the whole thought.
All right.
Okay? So then when they did a 10-to-1 reverse split, they thought that would bring them home, but they didn't realize how deep the hole was. They didn't realize how deep the hole was. They didn't realize that every naked shorter on the planet had jumped in the AMC play because it seemed like free money.
What?
And because retail investors didn't jump out, because we didn't sell, it threw a wrench in their little plan.
Wrong. Nope. Not even close, partner.
At this point,
So somehow, let me just get this straight. Because at the same time all this was going on, the apes were buying and holding more. So they were buying. So somebody was selling to them. So that clearly there were shares for the apes to buy. So, but there's no shares to short. It really doesn't make any sense. I mean, I'm trying to work this out in my head here, but it does not compute.
At this point, do I think AMC can squeeze? I still think AMC can squeeze, but is AMC a major part of my portfolio? No, it is not. But I want to thank the shorters. I want to thank the criminals because it forced me to learn. The amount of money I lost in AMC, I counted as tuition, and those over 200 call options that expired worthless, I counted as tuition.
Well, you were asleep during class, and you failed the final exam. If that was your tuition, then I would be looking for my money back. I would be at least leaving a negative review. Because clearly you haven't learned a fucking thing. Now, as I said earlier, let's look at on a basic level. You lost a lot of money, and you also believe all this unsupported, unsourced information, supposedly. He believes it. It's his opinion. And now you're saying that the money that you lost was tuition for what you've learned. Does not compute. Does not compute. Something is not right here. Well, more than something. But this does not add up. It does not add up. I believe that he lost money on 200 AMC call options. I believe that part's true. And I believe maybe he thinks that he has learned something, but he's not saying anything different than he ever has. He hasn't once admitted the possibility that he could be wrong, that the narrative could be wrong. Not once. Not once. So I don't believe that tuition was spent wisely.
Expired worthless, I count it as tuition. I have not lost 1 second of sleep over those call options that expired worthless on Friday. Not 1 second of sleep. Okay? Because
you're a baller.
Make the money back.
Because you're a fucking baller.
I make money every single week in the market. There's not a week that goes by where I am not profitable.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Uh-huh. Right.
Last week was a little bit different.
Oh.
The save dropped in price so much. But beside that little hiccup, I have learned how to make money, whether the market's going up, whether the market's going down. And I look at my losses in AMC as tuition. I will continue buying more call options. I will continue buying more leaps, but not with my money, with money I make in the...
That doesn't make it any better, doesn't make it any smarter. I mean, and you just kind of contradicted yourself. The money that I lost was tuition. I'm going to buy more calls. I mean, what? So after all of that, after all the losses, paying the tuition, taking the classes, sleeping through the exams, or whatever, you come to the same conclusion? You should buy more call? What the fuck?
The market.
No way. There's no way this guy's for real.
We'll go into AMC shares. We'll go into AMC leaps. And once again, I'm not telling you to buy, hold, or sell AMC. I'm not telling you to do anything. You have to do your own DD and come to your own conclusions. I'm just saying to the shills who are making fun that I had over 200 call options expire worthless. It was just the cost of doing business, gentlemen. The cost of doing business, and I am good. So y'all can leave the nasty messages. You can make fun of me.
No, you're not.
I don't know how to trade. You can say whatever you want.
Okay.
But I will continue buying AMC shares. I will continue buying leaps.
It's good then that it doesn't matter to us what the fuck how you waste your money. You know, go for it. Have at it.
Because in my opinion, based on everything I'm seeing, the bad actors are still in too deep and they can't get out.
So yeah, the tuition was completely wasted.
And like I told y'all before, I don't even think it matters if AMC investors, retail investors rather, sell their shares. They still can't get out. They still can't get.
But earlier, on the other video, it was that they didn't have shares to sell, so they had to sell all these quadrillion counterfeit tokens. But it doesn't matter if AMC retail investors don't sell their shares; they're still stuck. Okay,
get out because there are too many big dogs on the sidelines who sees exactly what we see, that these guys are in too deep. And the only way they escape...
Who are these guys? You can't even identify who the fuck you're talking about. What in the fuck?
Is if AMC goes bankrupt.
Nobody is in too fucking deep. There's not thousands of percent of hidden short interest. Like, until there's any evidence for that, you're basing your whole fucking hope and prayer off that, you're an idiot. You're a fucking moron. Go to the casino instead.
And not even just bankrupt. Not even just bankrupt. I mean liquidated bankruptcy. Because you have companies that go bankrupt, they reorganize, and the stock price goes back up. So it's not just a regular bankruptcy. They need a liquidation bankruptcy in order for them to make any money and get out this play. Anyway, please leave some comments.
No. That's not true at all. You're an idiot.
That me losing over 200 AMC call options expired worthless. Do you think that is bad investment?
Yep.
Or tuition to learn the market?
Well, ideally it's tuition to learn the market, but clearly you fucking didn't. Right? Clearly you didn't. Okay, so let me go here to... Now, I was looking at this. I was watching this earlier. I just happened to drop in at this point.
Man, who would have thought that Ryan Cohen's a fucking degenerate, man? Like, big time. Like a huge degenerate.
I mean, going
That's
to the
crazy,
Bahamas,
man.
to set up a business, and staying there too. I mean, I actually did med school. Half of it was in the Bahamas, or not Bahamas, and in the Caribbean. But yeah, it's a crazy place down there for sure.
He knew Ryan.
I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about here.
That's fucking crazy.
I just thought that was funny.
I mean, someone out there most certainly grew up with Ryan, and it's the craziest thing that it's like Sean is also a CEO of his own company as well, and Ryan Cohen is too. And it's like these guys grew up together, man. It's like it's crazy. What is the term? Birds of a feather flock together. Right on, man.
Yes, that is the saying.
Look at
you got the saying right.
Or do you want to take a look at this post first? And Jesse came with the 5. First was sus as fuck on all those twirly bangs. Currently got out of the current iron and ready to strut my stuff. A friend of RC is a friend of mine, baby. Right on, Jesse. Right on. All right. Michael, do you want to? Oh, it is the same one. All right. Why don't we take a look at 2802? Go ahead.
So just one thing to point out that stood out to me was, so the parties requested additional time to provide service to additional parties. I don't know if it's when it says provide service, I don't know if it means serving papers, bringing someone else, a subpoena into it, which that'd be cool. I don't know if that is what that means. But as I started looking into this guy, maybe this could kind of give a glimpse of what kind of things he does.
Oh, is he private equity?
I don't know if you want to read his bio.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and read through this. So this is from Ackerman. Mark Lichinson. Where were we? Mark Lichinstein focuses on a board of
holy fucking hell, bro. Oh my God. Liechtenstein. Lichten-fucking-stein. Holy fucking shit. What is it's like the 6th grade reading club here.
Range of corporate bankruptcy matters, including restructuring of private equity portfolio companies, bankruptcy litigation, and the acquisition of assets in bankruptcy cases, as well as workouts, creditors, rights litigation, distressed real estate matters, and commercial counseling. Mark also has experience in structured finance, transactions, and the rendering of opinions in connection with these transactions. In addition, Mark has experience representing secured and unsecured creditors, indenture trustees, debtors, Chapter 7 and Chapter 11 trustees, landlords and licensees and licensors of intellectual property. Mark has handled bankruptcy litigation, including fraudulent conveyance, preferential transfer, breach of fiduciary duty, recharacterization, involuntary bankruptcy, and equitable subordination cases. Breach of fiduciary duty is a very interesting one.
Yeah, that kind of really stuck out to me. It's like, oh, hopefully that is actually what's going on. Because when I talk to,
so they're getting their hopes up based on the bio, the bio of of the lawyer, based on the fact that he says that he has handled breach of fiduciary duty cases. Oh my fucking God. Wow. This is a new fucking low.
And,
it'll probably be taken out by something else soon.
You'd have to prove that the board isn't doing it, that they're, because otherwise, why isn't the board, if it's Mark Triton that's the problem, why isn't the board going after that?
Right.
And Yeah, so it's just kind of cool that that's there.
Mark also has experience in corporate and real estate transactions and non-bankruptcy litigations, including foreclosure actions in the CMBS, contacts or otherwise lender liability actions, and partnership and corporate disputes. So what are your thoughts here, Michael? Or let's go ahead and read this little section down here. Private equity funds and family offices represented private equity funds and family offices in the restructuring of their portfolio, companies in the restaurant, hospitality, e-commerce, and retail sectors. Enron Creditors Recovery Committee represented Enron Creditors Recovery Committee in adversary proceedings against certain financial institutions. Now that's interesting, because Enron was the big fraudulent one, right? Where the CEO, he went to jail over this shit. Interesting. So he actually represented the creditors. And I'm sorry, he's mentioned in this docket as what?
So he's working with the plan administrator. So
he's working with him. Wow, this is a good guy to have.
I'm an attorney for Michael Goldberg as plan administrator.
Wow.
So.
Wow.
I heard the key word in there though. Hold on, let me go back.
Now that's interesting. Restructuring of their little section. So what are your thoughts here, Michael? Or let's go ahead and read this little section down here. Private equity funds and family offices represented private equity funds and family.
Whoa, private equity. There it is. Guys, what the fuck?
Offices in the restructuring of their portfolio, companies in the restaurant, hospitality, e-commerce, and retail sectors. Enron Creditors Recovery Committee represented Enron Creditors Recovery Committee in adversary proceedings against certain financial institutions. Now that's interesting, because Enron was the big fraudulent one, right? Where the CEO, he went to jail over this shit. Interesting. So he actually represented the creditors. And I'm sorry, he's mentioned in this docket as what?
So he's working with the plan administrator. So
he's working with him. Wow, this is a good guy to have.
I'm an attorney for Michael Goldberg as plan administrator.
Wow.
So.
Wow. They're actually coming down on this fucking, this is most certainly going to turn into a RICO.
Awesome.
Yeah.
This is most certainly at this point a fraud case. I mean,
what?
I'll tell you something. With Enron, people went to fucking prison. All right? People went to goddamn prison. And that's what you're going to see with this fucking stock as well. With some of these people who are Mark Trident, you know, and again, like, I don't like discussing the former CEO's death because it's disrespectful, because obviously he had committed suicide. You know, it's a very sensitive topic, things like that. But, you know, it's very telling when the CFO commits suicide, you know, on something so major like this. I mean, could it be possible that they could have been tipped off to some form of RICO case or fraud case prior to his death? It could have been possible, but it's not right to speculate, in my opinion, on, you know, these kind of sensitive topics like suicide and stuff like that. But you really
but you can speculate on everything else, like, you know, we didn't lose all our money. This company didn't go bankrupt and sell their name to somebody else that's using it now and operating under that name and a different stock ticker. We're still going to get rid. I mean, what really? What's the difference? What is the fucking difference? What is the difference?
Brought on the CFO, who was Gustavo Arnault, and I think that is very interesting because look, if the CEO could go down for some form of fraud, RICO case, whatever it may be, then you have to ask yourself what kind of information was being passed to the person under him, right? The CFO, stuff like that. So again, it's a very sensitive topic. There could have been a multitude of things. People in high level executive positions do commit suicide and stuff like that. And sometimes they're not at all related to the stock. But I can't help but think that something is just very bizarre here. But again, I want to respect, you know, maybe people out there who've lost loved ones, things like that. So I don't want to speculate because I do think it's disrespectful. But you know, again, you know, the CEO, Mark Trident, did bring on the CFO that did commit suicide, stuff like that. There could be a connection, there could not be. Yeah, go ahead.
They did work in the same region, the Europe, Africa, and Middle East region. They were in charge of that. And, you know, Gustavo was in charge of this type of store, wholesale type store. And, you know, Mark Trident at that same time was with Nike, I think it was, you know, selling. So at that store, they sold Nikes. And they, you know, with you know, Boston Consulting Group is really close to DHL Shipping, which both of them would have used. And anyway, just kind of could be definitely something there.
Right. And
something, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and right in the chat.
Well, that's their problem. They use DHL shipping.
In fact, especially because it's not
Who
right.
uses that
it's
trash?
Like morally not right to accuse or speculate on someone's death that had ties to what was going on here. And I get it. Like some people out there may think that for sure he was guilty of something and maybe it led to his suicide. But I'd like to respect the families out there. I'd like to respect the people out there maybe who tune in that maybe have had someone who you know, have committed suicide or something like that, and to respect the people out there too. So he had a family, he had kids, you know, he had a wife, and it's not right to speculate. So that's why I don't tend to lean and discuss it. And it's just, in my opinion, there needs to be a level of respect to the family and stuff like that. But, you know, you can't deny that, you know, the CFO was brought on by Triton. And, you know, if Triton goes down for fraud, you know, obviously you could speculate.
The CFO can't go down. He already went down.
Too
soon.
Someone who's not here who can defend themselves, right? And there's a family out there who missed their loved one, right? I mean, so that's really just where I'm coming from. Go ahead, Michael.
So also, I just noticed while I was reading that, you know, this guy works with family offices, and it says basically there was a court hearing date that was, on the 23rd of this month, and it's moved to the 7th. So I don't know if like this is kind of evidence of the waves Pulte is making. I don't know if it's like, oh, well, now there's suddenly this bondholder that's from a family office, and we need to push back the date to to talk to them.
Right.
So,
yeah, I think there's for sure going to be applied pressure to what's going on. I mean, I haven't heard anything as of yet in terms of what Pulte will do with his bond position representing shareholders, but he's put his money where his mouth is, and the best thing that we can see from here is some form of action to get us answers. So I'm all for it. Emotional damage with the 5. Detective Legend Dummy is on it. All right. Mo Money with the 5. Anyways, I am researching that apparently I can make up to $1,500 by donating my poop. Multiple websites, some pay $500 per dump. Holy shit, man. I'd get the fuck on that ASAP. All right, Mo Money? You sell your goddamn shit and then you throw it into options, man. All right. All right. Let's take a
wow. Yeah, just to add to this, I think that so I did some research recently on Revlon. Yeah. Actually, well, because there's a protocol Gemini picture, and I don't know if they just randomly picked the companies, but one of the companies they put on there was Louis Vuitton, and then Louis Vuitton had like a teddy bear. They made like a new like really fancy teddy bear, and there was like a video, and then they had what were they, butterfly or something? Anyway, earring or necklaces.
Wait a minute.
So when I was like
butterfly,
like what banks and whatnot they used, I found that they were actually going to buy Revlon out of bankruptcy, and they were probably going to do a debt to equity conversion, and then Citibank just like accidentally paid the bondholders $900 million, and
whoa,
basically made it's kind of like so you're fighting over the food and you spit in it, and like, oh, you still want it, and it's like, well, that suddenly kind of makes it not worth it, and so basically if they could have
yeah, I'm sorry, I don't feel that this guy knows what he's talking about. Let me put this as gently as I can. I don't believe this. I don't believe this. I don't know. I don't really care either. But let's look at Volition Capital. Volition Capital. Business is human. That's their ethos. Call us crazy, but we believe that a revolutionary business and the lives of those building it should never be treated like an investor's experiment. Well, you guys care. Took our fun experience. Well, they have great values. Work hard, laugh often, think inspired, go for great. Business is human, embrace opposites. Take smart risks. Private equity or not, I mean, the ape should learn something from these. I like them already. We don't look for traditional out-of-the-box finance candidates. At Volition Capital, we take your growth seriously. Who designed this color scheme? Is that one of these out-of-the-box types? Whatever. Let's see. Well, they're in Boston. I bet they got to be connected with the Boston Consulting Group. I mean, there's no choice about that, right? Let me guess. Work-life balance. Catered lunches on Mondays. Wow, that makes me want to go in to the office. Anyway, these guys are funny. Let's see what else they got here. Oh, look, there's another document. Let's see what they got here.
Organizations or CFO training and stuff. So, yeah, it's a little odd.
Interesting. All right, let's take a look at the rest of the DD.
It's probably not interesting. It's probably not odd. Just saying.
We're gonna have to make a post. We're gonna have to make a poll tonight. What were the books we haven't read yet? We haven't read Puppy, Best Friend Jerry, and what else? Which ones have we? I think we read the other two, right, Michael? I want to get into tinfoil.
Yeah, I know we did the snow one.
Yes, snow,
the corn one,
and corn. Yes, we have read. So that leaves us with Jerry, Puppy, and what else?
I'd have to pull it up.
Teddy books.
Dildo and buttfuck is a good combo.
Teddy books.
Yeah, man, they are. Dildo and buttfuck needs to merge, man. Peace out with the 50p. Those are PP bucks. Am I the only degen here in the Philippine? Love you, PP. Right on, dude. Much love to the Philippines, to our PP out there. You're using PP money. JJ with the 2. Can we get a PP toast to Jamaica and Ryan Cohen? Absolutely, man.
You can get your copy for $12.99.
I think the 2 we have left to do is Teddy and his best friend Jerry, and Teddy gets a puppy.
Okay, so we're going to
Teddy Publishing.
Jerry. Fellas, to all the
grow on trees.
Yes, we did
That was
money.
the first one we did.
Yes. To all the fellas out there, man.
Ryan Cohen is so perfect.
And also Teddy.
Oh my God, I love him.
Can we get a toast for Jamaica and Ryan Cohen? A toast to Ryan Cohen, man. A toast to Jamaica, the new Berkshire Hathaway.
What?
How many people out there in this day and age invested in Berkshire Hathaway when they first started, man? Not a lot. I'm sure.
Oh my God, listen to these fucking clowns.
Berkshire Hathaway when they first
what the fuck
got together. And now, fellas, a cheers, a drink to all the people out there, to all the people who work hard for their money and spend it how they.
So, in this analogy, Ryan Cohen is the Warren Buffett.
Because that is the way of the PP show, man. Nobody should ever tell you how the fuck to spend your goddamn money. Fuck the people who tell you how to spend your goddamn money. You spend it how you fucking want to, man, because it's your goddamn money. Cheers to Jamaica and also Ryan Cohen.
Well, yeah, I mean, of course. Not about telling somebody to do this or to do that.
Let's finish this DD and then we'll get
or not to do this or not to do that. Can't.
According to LinkedIn,
can't you look at things in an intelligent way? Can't you look at things like through a lens of evidence-based thinking? I mean, that's all we're trying to do here, man. I don't care where you lose your money. I don't care where the fuck you lose your money.
5 years and senior advisor at law.
Simple-minded fools.
Firm Marsal and Alvarez. Marsal and Alvarez were retained to go over
Alvarez
records during the Bed Bath and Chapter.
Yes, Alvarez.
Probably is. In my last DD, Part 6, I covered how the events that forced Bed Bath & Beyond in Chapter 11 were initiated by CEO Mark Tridy and CFO Gustavo Renault via accelerated stock buybacks that were meant to be spread out over 3 years but completed in half the time. The accelerated buybacks depleted the company cash reserves and were exacerbated by unnecessary debt that Triton loaded up on the company, which only helped bring it to its knees.
Well, there it is. Bloomberg comes through for us. Actually, Manuel comes through with the Bloomberg link.
The first thing he did.
Volition Capital operates as a private equity firm. Okay, glad that cleared that up for us. Cool.
Did was form a strategic company and appointed Sue Gov as the chair to unlock the full value and sale of Bye Bye Baby, the crown jewel in the subsidiary of Bed Bath & Beyond. Now what's interesting is that Bed Bath & Beyond hired a mergers and acquisition specialist to their team in 2021. His name is Rajat Prakash. He became the VP treasurer of Bed Bath & Beyond, and his LinkedIn profile revealed a track record of 20 fucking years in M&A. Before Prakash joined Bed Bath & Beyond, he was head of corporate development and treasury with Sears Holding Corporation for nearly 13 years. Billionaire Eddie Lampart was the CEO and chairman of Sears between 2013 and 2019, before declaring bankruptcy, and like Patrick Byrne of Overstock, had to deal with shorting hedge funds too in the same time period. Unfortunately, Sears did not survive naked shorting brought on by seller boxing. However, Overstock managed to escape by issuing an NFT dividend that squeezed the short.
Sears did not survive naked shorting brought on by seller boxing. What? Okay. Well, clearly that's why Sears went out of business. Everybody knows that. Oh my God.
OFTK explode from $7.24 a share to $124.65, a 17.2x increase over several months. When the fuck was Overstock $80 a share, $90 a share? When? Michael, were you buying this shit when it was this low?
No,
are you kidding me? You're not. Oh, God, these guys are so fucking dumb. What in the fucking hell? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking me right now?
When the fuck did it run 17x? 2021?
Before you got in a stock market, yes. Before you even had Robinhood.
July 2020.
Okay. Wow. That's a huge run, man. The reason I still bring up bankrupt companies like Sears is because the company still exists on paper. And the stock ticker is still active, although there are no physical stores operating.
There actually is in Southern California. One. Oh, you're muted.
My bad. In the GME community, many of these bankrupt companies were referred to as zombie stocks in quotations. Because every now and then, for no other reason, the stock price would skyrocket. What is that? Just a straight tortilla? Okay. As it turns out, many of these zombie stocks like Sears, Toys R Us, and Blockbuster are locked together in a meme basket due to total returns.
Oh.
Discovered by Cryand,
Cryand. Wow, this all comes full fucking circle. Cryand. We've talked about Cryand. We talked about Cryand in 2021. Famous DD Redditor. OG Reddit DD provider. Haven't seen him in a while. Like to think it's because he's in jail, but it's not. Doubtfully. Cryand. Oh, yes. Oops.
Many of these zombie stocks like Sears, Toys R Us, and Blockbuster are locked together in a meme basket due to total return swaps, which was discovered by Cryand, a Pomerian ape and a due diligence writer on Reddit.
Pomerian.
Eat the food.
Pomeranian?
Pomeranian. What did I say?
It's a type of dog.
Fire Marshal Bill with the 5. Dude, why do you read better when you're trash? I have no idea, man. It just is.
Second guess ourselves.
It just is what it is, man. All right. Swaps enable shorts to use zombie stocks as leverage to short and suppress the price action of companies like GME from intent to bankrupt a company and never have to close the position. Now, these zombies have risen and are being acquired by an activist investor group hell-bent on righting the wrong that has been done. And that begins with launching a RICO case to prosecute overpaid executives and initiate a reverse Uno squeeze by forcing shorts to close in a Voltron meets Godzilla style super megacorp merger to launch Teddy. It's time for the GameStop. If all this sounds a bit confusing, then just think about his name, Activist Affiliates.
Okay.
Stockholder with the 8.
I'm going to go back here because he skipped some stuff, but this is retarded as fuck. Okay.
And that begins with...
All right, hold on.
Like GME from intent to bankrupt a company and never...
Ourselves.
It just is what it is, man. All right. Swaps enable shorts to use zombie stocks as leverage to short and suppress the price action of companies like GME from intent to bankrupt a company and never have to close the position.
Now, he just... Did you see what he just did here? I mean, I don't know. This is... I've never watched this before. I've never watched this video, and I've really never watched this channel much before. But this is some of the sloppiest shit I've ever seen. Jesus, he's skipping lines. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Yeah. All right. Swaps enable shorts to use zombie stocks as leverage to short and suppress the price action of companies like GME from intent to bankrupt a company and never have to close the position.
Whoa. We skipped a bit there, but it doesn't even really matter. But swaps enable shorts to use zombie stocks as leverage to short and suppress the price action of companies like GME from skyrocketing, even with Fidelity reporting heavy buy orders on a daily basis. Naked shorting is a tactic used to seller box with the sole intent to bankrupt a company and never have to close the position. Okay. So using bankrupt zombie corporations to short other ones. Makes sense.
Now, these zombies have risen and are being acquired by an activist investor group hell-bent on righting the wrong that has been done.
So this would be like the GameStop private equity group, the GameStop hedge fund, I guess. I don't know. Launching...
And that begins with launching a RICO case to prosecute overpaid executives and initiate a reverse Uno squeeze by
prosecute overpaid executives. Oh, okay.
Shorts to to close in a Voltron meets Godzilla style super mega corp merger to launch Teddy. It's time for the GameStop. If all this sounds a bit confusing, then just think about his name, Activist Affiliates. Aussie stockholder with the 8. Love you, peepee. And shout out to Michael for showing up to every goddamn show, Rage, Hall, or Shime. We love Michael at the peepee show.
Thanks, guys.
All right, where were we? All it is a combination of activist investors like Ryan Cohen and a group of affiliates with shared interests. That shared interest means striking back at the shorting hedge fund cucks that have destroyed beloved American brands and American companies through abuse of naked short selling and seller boxing into forced bankruptcy.
How's that for a narrative right there? Striking back at these shorting hedge funds that have destroyed beloved American brands and American companies through abusive naked shorting and seller boxing into forced bankruptcy. Completely unsubstantiated garbage. And sadly, this narrative that I bet 30-40% of people believe that's true. I don't know. Wow. And then it continues.
This includes destruction of wealth, loss of jobs, and crushing the hopes and dreams of millions of household investors in these companies over decades.
No.
Activist affiliates in the Jamaican Dream Team, if you ask me. Although I coined the term activist affiliates, it was actually already written in the letters that RC Ventures LLC sent to the board of directors at GameStop and Bed Bath & Beyond in this proxy bids to clean house. And guess
and how did that work out?
Letters.
How did that work out for both entities? Well, just fucking great. Just fucking fantastically for him. For Ryan Cohen, it worked out great.
It was Ryan goddamn Nebel of Olshan from Wolski, which I conferred in previous due diligence writing. Ryan Nebel also filed the trademark for Teddy and included a screenshot that Teddy.com was going to become more than just a bookstore. Here, see for yourself. Let's click on that archive. Rusty Shackelford says, I miss Reg Show. Me too, man. Me too. Good days. That's actually why the show used to be from 7 to 10 was because of Reg Show. All right. What is it saying, Michael? Oh, this is an old post from Edwin. Okay. On a related note, Amazon.com began as a bookstore similar to Teddy.
I heard that microwave beeping in the background there. Sounds like somebody's popcorn's done.
Eclipse Amazon and become the king of commerce.
What?
Jeff Bezos once said to employees, one day, Amazon will fucking fail. But our job is to delay as long as possible. Looks like Bezos saw the writing on the wall when he sent that memo in 2018 because I believe that's when Teddy Plan began.
What? Oh my God.
The alien guy with the 2. This is the best show on the planet. Cheers, peepee. Appreciate your support, man. To all the people who watch the show, you donate, you watch, whatever it may be. Love having you here, man. All right. We love having you guys in the chat. We love having you guys.
Oh, yeah, you do. I'm sure you do.
Enjoy the night.
Wow.
From the show, Pulte said, Ryan Cohen and I share the same attorney. It's a very well-known shareholder activist attorney, 2 gentlemen, 2 attorneys We have the same attorneys, and these guys are pros. These attorneys are pros. Ryan Cohen and Bill Pulte share the exact same lawyer who are Ryan Nebel and Steve Walski. The same two lawyers who helped Ryan Cohen
there it is.
bid
there it is.
GME and Bed Bath & Beyond.
They're right. They're fucking right. They win. Wow, look at that. They won. Futures are going sideways here. Pretty much here. It looks like. Pretty boring as usual lately. So we'll continue to keep our eye on that. I do have a few other things here. Looking at the news. So how about this one? Let's transition to GameStop here. AI predicts GameStop stock price for end of 2024. This is all the rage now. This is Finbold News. News in bold. I mean, this is a marvel of bullshit. This is so great. Video game retailer GameStop has encountered a challenging start to the year as its stock faces a downturn, aligning with the general market. What? Excuse me? What are you talking about there? I don't know. Can I demonstrate this with a chart, maybe? Let's see here. Can I? Yes, I can. Yes. It's taking a downturn with the overall market. Yes. Which is the SPY. And I fucking hate this orange. I don't know. Purple. There. Purple is the market, and candles are GameStop. So yeah, I mean, right away, we're like, okay, great. The decline in stock comes to the company under the guidance of Ryan Cohen, works on implementing cost-cutting strategies. Okay, blah, 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 blah. To gauge the future trajectory of GameStop stock, Finbold turned to artificial intelligence predictions from Coin Codex. Okay, Coin Codex. According to the data retrieved on January 21, that's today, the AI tool projected that GameStop stock will likely reach $34.73 on the last day of 2024. How about that? This forecast indicates a growth of almost 140% from the stock's current price, suggesting potential optimism for investors. Wow. Look at that. I guess here's today, and yeah, it's going to go up. Cool. All right. Well, you know what we like to do. We like to look at the, the source of data and whatever else. Okay, so let's go over to Finbold and check it out. Coin Codex, and check it out. Here it is, coincodex.com. Never been to this site before. How about this? GameStop stock forecast and price prediction. Now, you have to unlock the higher ones, and you have to pay. But we don't even know. We may not even be here in 3 months, the way things are looking now. So I'm not gonna bother paying. 1 month prediction up to 1813. Okay, that's bullish. But then we come down here and we see, okay, price prediction. This is for January 26th, which is what? This coming Friday? Okay. It says it's going to be down. Okay. Sentiment bearish. Fear and greed index is in fear. 13 out of the last 30 days were green. It's 43%. Risk analysis, trading at 4% above the forecast, value above by negative 25% over the last year. Current sentiment is bearish, only 13 green days. Fear and greed indicates fear. Long-term predictions, here we go. 2025, 2391. I think that's what we pretty much saw in the article. Wasn't it? End of 2024. It's the same as the beginning. 34.73. I don't know. $10 off there, because now they're saying in 2026 it's going to be 39. Okay. Bearish 77%. Look at all these bearish indicators, all these moving averages. Bearish, bearish, sell, sell, sell. I mean, look at this. How in the world? Will GameStop reach $500? GameStop would have to gain 3,300% to reach $500. According to our forecast, the price of GameStop will not reach $500. Okay. 39. Now it says 39.49 by December 23rd, 2024. So they're not even sure. AI is not even sure how low it's going to go. My question is here: how does this compare to inflation? Like, isn't this kind of just tracking the inflation rate? I mean, seems like it. How much growth is this really when you factor in inflation over, the next 3 years, for example? I don't know. At this rate, who fucking knows? So then I'm like, well, if they can do that for GameStop, can't you do it for AMC? Well, and the answer is yes, of course. So here it is. I see that private equity's entered the chat. Oh boy. All right. So, 5-day prediction. They're saying it's going to go up to 460. But the 1 month predict. Look at this 1 month prediction. $1.77. 61.67. Okay. I don't know where in the hell they're trading to that significant digit, but okay. I don't know what's up with this year here as well. June 24th, 56,113. What is this? That's not a date. AI. See, I have questions. I have questions. Well, the apes are going to see this as just FUD, basically. So it doesn't even matter. But how am I going to trade this here? This is interesting. How am I trading this? Well, okay, we can't because it's a foreign site. Great. Yeah, this is not based on anything. It's not based on shit. I mean, this is on a site where they have these interstitials like this right here. What did I just click on? Sponge V1 meme coin did 100x. Buy Sponge V2 before listing. Buy now. That's the level of bullshit we're dealing with here, and it doesn't even load. Didn't even load. Here's the AMC version on Finbold. Oh, look. So, I guess my point here is that this Finbold is totally spinning. I mean, clearly this, for GameStop here, this says bearish. Bearish. Everything's bearish, red. Unless you're looking at the factored in inflation long-term predictions, but we're not worried about that. Right? Bearish, 77%. This Finbold somehow spins it to say, suggesting potential optimism for investors. It's fantastic. I mean, what a bunch of garbage. Everything, this is everything. This is everything now. Trying to spin a bullshit narrative when you go look at the actual fucking data that they're cherry picking from. Well, yeah, they actually give a bearish outlook, not a fucking potentially optimistic outlook. Justinas Baltrusaltis, whatever. Garbage. All right, how about this? Greedflation caused more than half of last year's inflation surge, study finds, as corporate profits remain at all-time highs. You don't say. You don't fucking say. I'm going to selectively go through this here because it's a lot, but I put the link to this in the chat. If anybody wants to read the whole article. Yeah, I'll play Lou. Just want to show this here. So we're seeing consumer price hikes outpace producer costs. Annual change in consumer price index and PPI. So CPI and PPI. We see that the PPI is the producer price index is the darker red line. So we've seen that come down. So we saw an acceleration in producer prices, which outpaced consumer prices, but then consumer prices rose as well, and then they started to come down more or less together, and we saw producer prices fall more than consumer prices, which would seem to suggest that the difference is being kept by the corporations in terms of profit. Corporate profits drove 53% of inflation during the second and third quarters of 2023, and more than 1/3 since the start of the pandemic. This is due to, this is according to a report that analyzed Commerce Department data. The report was done by Groundwork Collaborative. And the link, I believe, the link to the actual study or paper report is in this article. So we see this in earnings as well. Actually, they point out here, Home Depot earnings saw an increase in dollar sales per square foot, thanks to rising material prices, but also fewer transactions. So what does that mean? Corporate profits hit a new record in the most recent quarter, while the portion of national output going to workers is still below pre-pandemic levels, despite real wage growth. High profit, lower volume dynamic. Right. So it's interesting. What am I saying? It's not interesting. It's a fucking scam. This is, you know, And then, of course, you get some of these companies are laying off workers, going to 4-day work weeks, whatever. Meanwhile, consumer-facing companies have been upfront with investors about their price-raising strategies, and they just don't seem interested in a reversal. Really? That's so weird. PepsiCo's CFO said last spring the company could, quote, increase margins during the course of the year. Construction materials giant Holcim said in October it would raise margins to make up for falling demand. In profit increase thanks to falling commodity costs that it would not pass on to consumers. Thanks a lot, P&G. That all adds up to consumer inflation rates that are, well, inflated. Company profits are probably why we saw inflation shoot up to 7 to 9 instead of 5 to 7. Now that we're in 3, if you took corporate profits away, we should already be at the 2% target that the Federal Reserve has set. This is really the crux of what I wanted to show in this article here. Now that we're in the 3% range, if you took corporate profits away, we should already be at the 2% targets that the Federal Reserve has set. Not just the left making this argument. Oh, good. Federal Reserve of Kansas City has also found corporate profits playing an outsized role in price growth. Kansas City Fed, in a recent study, found that growth in markups accounted for more than half of consumer price inflation for 2021, a substantially higher contribution than during the previous decade. Last month, the largest review to date of greedflation from the Institute for Public Policy Research and Commonwealth looked at 1,300 companies across 4 continents, and concluded that profiteering by a relatively small set of companies pushed up consumer prices significantly higher than would have happened from the supply chain shocks alone. So, of course, we get this narrative, late, buried on a Saturday, right? Otherwise, the narrative is this. Otherwise, this is the narrative. This is what we get. Americans are feeling optimistic about the economy again, with some exceptions. American consumers haven't felt this good about the direction of the economy in years. That may signal the end of what some had come to call a vibes session. Who in the fuck called it that? Where, despite decades-low unemployment and falling inflation, something still felt a bit off about the economy. Well, it could be, I don't know. Is inflation really falling? Has it really fallen that much? Yeah, we got the University of Michigan survey. Jumped 13% in January to reach its highest level since July 2021. All that with no stimulus. How is that? All that with no stimulus. Amazing. Amazing work. No stimulus, and did we actually? Well, we were not at all-time. We're damn close to all-time highs on consumer loans, credit cards, and other revolving plans at all commercial banks. Updated on Friday, 1.03 trillion. That's the highest, obviously, that it's ever been by a lot. And they're saying this article is saying that it was the highest University of Michigan consumer sentiment survey level since July 2021. Okay. Let's we get that on here. July 2021 is right in here. Right in here. Americans only had $760 billion in credit card debt at that point. How much has been added since then? That's insane. All right. $1.7. I don't know what that means. I don't know what 1.7 is. Let's see. Let's see here. Polarized by political party. Democrats scored their current economic conditions at 106, which was among the highest ratings recorded. Republicans gave it a score of 61. Wow. Okay, that's a bit of a disparity there. Yeah. Okay. Wow. With confidence rebounding and inflation expectations falling, this is another sign the economy is on track for a soft landing. Is that why the market's at all-time highs right now? I guess. Look at this. Okay, we also got this Friday, or I think it was Friday. Weekly unemployment claims falling to 187,000, lowest since September 2022. Unemployment rate 3.7 is pre-pandemic level. Good, right? Price growth continues to slow. Falling prices at the gas pump and grocery aisle. I'm not sure about that. As we continue to see disinflation work through the economy, what that means is real wages will improve. And as real wages improve, sentiment will shift, and you're seeing that. Elements of the economy remain fundamentally changed, and in some cases worse off compared to the pre-pandemic. Even though price growth is slowing, price levels remain well above 2019 levels. Yeah, they're going to. This is really devolving into nonsense here. Okay, so don't know how consumer sentiment can be so high when retail sales in Q4 were so weak. I forget what it is. To be honest, I have to look. And that's it. Costs go down, price still go up. Yeah. So I mean, just off a basic Google search here from Deloitte, pick it up on Deloitte's website. You know, one of the big four accounting firms. Building community and managing consumer Q4 2023 emerging retail and consumer trends. Building community and managing costs during times of continued economic headwinds. Let's see what we got here. Entering the last quarter of 2023, retailers have adopted innovative approaches to engage with customers to maintain growth and sales during a period of ongoing economic challenges. Deloitte has identified the following insights. Consumers remain cautious with regard to their spending, with a notable increase in bargain hunting. Oops. That doesn't sound like the most optimistic thing in the world to me. Transferring return responsibilities to the customer might lead to short-term cost reductions, yet poses the risk of long-term consumer dissatisfaction and erosion of loyalty. 3, embracing emerging social media trends centered on personal, one-on-one interactions can help retailers establish close-knit communities, acquire valuable customer insights, and harness the ever-evolving digital preferences of the younger generation. And then they go through each of these here. Because they're an accounting firm, you know, with data, it looks like. So, for example, they say that shoppers are shifting spend patterns across retail categories, cutting back on high-priced items and home goods that saw a sales bump over the pandemic, and hunting for bargains at discount and off-price retailers instead of higher-end department or luxury stores. The data reflects the evolving consumer preferences. Consumer spending growing 0.7% from July of 22 to July 23. Shoppers are increasingly looking for sales and discounts. Confirmed by off-price retailers such as Marshall's, reporting a material rise in sales. Okay, so it's not just about the amount of sales, it's where people are buying things, is what they're trying to say, and it looks like they're looking for better deals because of, what did they say? Because we're in times of continued economic headwinds. So yeah, it's almost like they want me to believe something. It's almost like they're trying to convince me to be hopeful. I don't know. I don't know. Inflation is moderating. Stocks are at record highs. Housing prices are at record highs. Interest rates are poised to start rolling over. Oh, guess what? Who benefits from this? Who benefits from stocks being at record highs? Who benefits from housing prices being at record highs? And then, taking the extension, who benefits from rates going down? Hello? Bueller? Bueller? And let me just say, it ain't the typical fucking American. What a bunch of fucking trash. This is the fucking bullshit that I can't stand. When we have, just from the most cursory of looks around at a few things, some data points, some other data points. Some other data points. And then you get, here's the NBC kindergarten version. Americans are feeling optimistic. Fucking suck my dick. You fucking grifters. Wow. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. And yes, oh yes, look, the market's going up. Of course it is. Wonderful. Then, it's interesting here. Then when we come over to the Fed funds futures on the CME, Chicago Mercantile Exchange Group website, and we see, oh, would you look at that? 1 week ago, the probability that the rate would be the same in March was 19%. And now it's 50%. It went from 19% to 50% in 1 week. And actually, it jumped even more Friday, but then it come down a little bit since Friday. Today, of course, because, all-time highs. But still. I'm not sure that I can see the historical. Oh, yeah. Maybe. Oh, God, no. Well, anyway. Yeah. It was literally from one day to the next last week. May. Probability. Basically, yeah. Now they're saying in May. Look at this one. Look at this one. You went from okay, this is Friday. Friday, the 19th, was 51% to a slight cut, right? Down to 5%, 5.25. Friday was 51% probability. Today, 0%, and they're saying it's going to be 4.5, a 50% likelihood probability that it's going to be 4.5 in May. This is a bit alarming. I did not see this until now. What does it mean, Pee-wee? Well, I don't think it's good. I'm going to say that. I don't think that this is quite not bullish with the market at all-time highs and continuing to fucking reach for it, because why not? Why not? Wall Street deserves it. They've had a rough fucking year. They totally deserve it for the service that they do to our great country with these great American companies. All right. Now it's time. Actually,
me again.
Comedy relief.
Date is January 19th, 2024. Lo and behold, what did I wake up to this morning? It was a big old press release from Next Bridge Hydrocarbons right in my inbox. This press release is lengthy and it goes over quite a few topics of interest. One of them about oil and gas and what's going on at the Oro Grande. The other topic is being the unreconciled share positions of Nextbridge hydrocarbons. As we all know, as I covered in my previous video, Johnny Tobacco sauntered on into town a couple weeks ago, and he seemed very excited. And as we all know, the FINRA FAQ that they put out later on in the year in 2023, they said, see, there's only 2.6 million short positions in Nextbridge. It's not that much. Yes, they're in a private company now. That was on the broker to settle it. Giant Tobacco says, I think there's at least 20 million. Okay, so who's telling the truth, Giant Tobacco or FINRA? Well, according to this press release,
Clearly, somebody with the name Johnny Tobacco is probably telling, I don't know.
it wasn't FINRA who's telling the truth. Nextbridge has had offers to buy shares. Because more than 2.6 million shares were offered to be purchased directly from Nextbridge, clearly that means that there's more than 2.6 billion shorted shares. How many unreconciled shares are there?
I don't really care too much, but that looks like a gross oversimplification of what's said here. Anyway. Ron. Stick around after the stream.
How many unreconciled shares are there? That's a good question. Because how many brokers approached Nextbridge is the first question I'm going to ask. What was their size of this brokerage? What was their lending position? Was it a big brokerage? Was it a little brokerage? If it's just like one little guy or two little guys, and they had more than 2 million unreconciled shares, and they're trying to reconcile these shares by purchasing shares directly from Nextbridge, that could be an indicator for a much bigger problem, because this is quite a big number for such a small sample size, if you're familiar with statistics. So that's a pretty exciting thing. Nextbridge also talks about hiring Johnny Tobacco on as a consultant.
I don't know.
With the tokenization.
I'm just going to let that one slide because, I don't have the energy. But don't fucking talk to me about fucking statistics, bitch. Jesus Christ.
Nextbridge or issuing some sort of tokenized blockchain dividend. Johnny Tobacco, of course, was the former vice president of T0 for the blockchain. And as this PR mentions, helped the Overstock create their blockchain dividend. The interesting thing about
Oh, yes, the blockchain dividend, the one that caused the shorts to panic, right? As the narrative goes, Mr. Patrick Byrne, savior of the world, QAnon conspiracy theorist. Oh, yes. Oh, totally on the up and up. Trust me, bro.
Is if something trades on blockchain, and let's say it's lended out, hypothetically, it's very hard to do for this reason. If it's lended out, blockchain has its own unique number. Everything's transparent on the blockchain. Where it goes, it's all there on the blockchain. If that share is lent out, the person who borrowed the share can't just get any old share of Nextbridge if it's on the blockchain. He has to get that particular share. Just like if somebody borrows your car, you have an Impala, they borrow your Impala, to go crazy.
Oh, yes. Let's make financial products just like physical goods. It can be just like toilet paper. You can't sell it if you don't have it. Can't lend it if you don't have it. Yep. Doubtful. Johnny Tobacco, FINRA has barred this individual from acting as a broker or otherwise associating with a broker-dealer firm. Ooh.
Impala. They have to bring back the Impala with the same VIN number. That exact Impala. Same with blockchain, right? You have to bring back that exact security. So you can't just lend it out. Somebody else buys.
Are we talking hypothetically here? Are we talking in theory here? Are we talking in practice? I think we're talking in theory. Believe we're talking in theory. I would love to see any proof of this.
Borrower is along, and then they'd have to entice that person. Now, if that person that they borrowed sells it, which happens, then you're
of course, bad back.
Don't really have
They don't understand, you know, just like the amicus curiae letter from the retired judge. If you buy a stock, it should go up. You know, that's all he's trying to protect, is that, you know, that element of justice. If you buy a stock, period, it should go up. Well, Your Honor, I respectfully have to disagree and say that you don't know how the market works. Anyway. All right.
As much manipulation on the blockchain because of...
Yes, because there's no manipulation whatsoever in crypto, as we see. Crypto is completely on the up and up. In fact, it only goes off fundamentals.
The transparency within the token.
Yeah, well, that didn't fucking stop Razzlecon. That didn't stop Heather Morgan and Ilya Dutch. Yeah.
Self.
All right. I got it up next.
Were to trade on the blockchain,
for Lou.
That could be very interesting. But I suspect that this could also put kind of the double-edged pressure on the brokerage. Because in order to get the blockchain, the brokerage has to have your share, right? It has
God damn it.
They have like a lended share. Even if they lent your share out, they still owe you monetarily what that blockchain's worth, right? You have financial rights. Or if they don't want to admit it, they have to go get the blockchain. You know, NextBridge doesn't have a value attached to it right now, so it's very hard for a broker to do. So the only way is...
Or is that because it's not worth anything?
Now, if they can't get the blockchain for you, if they can't get this blockchain of NextBridge for you.
What is...
Or transfer you because you have a non-reconciled share. They have to go to NextBridge and buy shares from NextBridge.
They can't... There is... Can we get past this fantasy of using blockchain assets, using tokenized assets that exist on a blockchain? Can we stop, please stop, talking about this as if it was directly interchangeable with something on a regular securities exchange? Because they're not. It don't work like that. Thank you.
Bridge. As you know, NextBridge
PSA.
one came out a year ago about the 40 million shares. And it's interesting after this PR what other brokerages might come to NextBridge and say, hey, we need some shares. NextBridge selling shares, if they sell enough shares at a high enough price, that could mean profits for us in the form of a dividend. Imagine what brokers might be thinking now. I know at least Charles Schwab watches my videos, as evident by the corporate action Charles Schwab put out about me, how they watch my videos. So if you're watching this, Charles Schwab, the tension you're feeling right now is palpable. Tomorrow or the next day, I'm going to make another video about the oil and gas.
Oh, yeah. Charles Schwab is afraid because of people like her. That is it. Yeah, that's it. Wow.
Producing
okay.
Well. And it has 2,500,000 cubic feet of gas at only 2,000 feet deep well. Not fracked, anything, just a straight down pipe produces 2,500,000 cubic feet a day of gas.
What?
Just a straight down pipe, nothing being done. So imagine this being a multi-level fractured well. How much gas, potential oil maybe?
It says 2,500. AMC FTD.
Talk about the logs. As you know, I've done previous videos where I went over.
Where'd she get 25,000 from?
We're going to talk about these as it shows, you know, it explains the different depths that the hydrocarbons were found at. Okay.
Like she knows what any of this fucking shit means, by the way. Like she knows what any of this fucking shit means.
Over-explaining this.
Come on.
For the next video, but I'm very excited about the hydrocarbons. It seems like things are starting to turn.
Oh, yeah.
In the words of Greg.
Yeah. Damn those electric vehicles. I'm seeing that everybody's abandoning their EVs.
Very enthused about the work that everybody's been doing. All the work that everybody's been doing is sort of amalgamating into the fact that
look at this.
Bringing about more public attention to the saga of EBIB-TLP NextBridge hydrocarbons. I'm also adding that upon filming this video, NextBridge released an 8K on the SEC Edgar pages. The 8K reflects the press release of the changes of management. Clifton DeBose has since stepped down from being CEO and is replaced by Greg McCabe. Greg McCabe also brought back Roger Wardle from Torchlight into NextBridge. NextBridge has also added another board member, retired veteran and police officer Edward Pocock. Okay, guys, I will see you soon. Goodbye.
All right, yesterday I made a video, the $20 XRP vacation. I don't think people understand. Whatever, listen, I hold a lot of coin. That $20, that's a lot of fucking money. $20, that's gonna be beautiful. Is this coin worth hundreds of dollars and thousands of dollars? Yes, it is, and I'm gonna still have it, I'm gonna ride it entirely. It's the #1 coin in the world, people. You'll see.
What?
I just wanna tell you something. It's kind of disappointing. A lot of people are like, $20? I don't want $20. I'm thinking to myself like, you ungrateful motherfuckers. Like, only in America will you see a situation where you put in a couple of $100 and you get a couple of $100,000 and you didn't have to labor for it. You just got to do is wait. And at the end of the day, people, I'm not happy with that. Well, I'm so fucking sorry that you're not gonna fucking drive a Lambo next week. Maybe you'll drive a Cadillac in 6 months. But I don't get that. Listen, I'm not your moral judge. I don't, whatever. I don't give a fuck. You have to understand something. And I'm going to tell you this. I've been alive a long time. I've lost my life so many times it's not even funny. I got a procedure on Monday. They're going to shut my lights out. Whether I wake up or I don't wake up, hey, that's the toss of the fucking dice.
There it is.
But I know going into it that I wasn't an ungrateful bastard. I think one of the things people have to understand something is this.
Lou's dying. Calling it here first. If we had the goddamn betting exchange, we could see just who's full of shit and who's not by putting our money where our mouth is on that premise. But we don't, so we don't have any illegal gambling going on here.
Shit.
But if we did,
you have to first become.
I would probably get roped into taking the other side of all the trades and lose money.
People can't fuck with.
Even though he's dying.
And having several hundreds of thousands of dollars available to you, people can't fuck with you. Because you could fuck back. You could fuck back in a major way and you can insulate yourself and your family. When I say
you can fuck back.
Because $20 puts that fucking thing on cruise control. And if you have a couple of $100,000 in the bank in case of an emergency. When I told people in AMC that Ape was gonna fuck everything up and it was high, and I told people, you better really think about this shit. And I warned people. Let me tell you something.
He sounds like he's gonna cry. To me. Is he really that upset? Anybody else picking that up? I don't know. I kind of am. It's like, see here.
YouTube would have continued paying me fucking $50,000 a month. If I would have continued, AMC to the moon. I said, no, I got a fucking obligation to people. I don't fuck around like that. I told people, protect yourselves.
Oh, okay.
Protect yourself because popcorn is going to wound all of you. A lot of you remember that space call. I became the enemy. Motherfuckers threatened my life and all kinds of shit. I didn't give a fuck because in my soul, that's all I give a fuck. I have one conversation that matters in life.
Because scammers don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck.
And that's what.
So thanks for confirming that.
At the end, I warned people, and a lot of people took my advice and they got protected. A lot of people took my advice and got protected. They paid for medical bills. They took care of a lot of other things. But no, people wanted to hold on forever. Motherfuckers, don't you get it? You grab what you can in life and you keep moving forward. So you take profits and you keep moving forward to to the next one. And that's what keeps you from being an old fucking man being pushed around in a fucking hospital because you can't afford fucking a private room, because you can't afford a better meal, because you can't afford fucking have somebody next to you to help you. You thinking about this now, well, their fucking Lambo's gonna be rusted. It ain't gonna mean a fucking thing. And then later on in life, when you're all alone, and at the end of the day, the only thing you got to protect you is your fucking money. You're gonna remember this, Puerto Rican, because he told you at the end of the day, the first level in poverty to wealth is getting to that level where no one can fuck with you. Grow the fuck up. Don't fucking disappoint me and break my heart. We're onto something now. Don't be that fucking person. Listen, you motherfuckers, I could tell you something. I could take YouTube and fucking make it to the point where I'm making $100 grand a month. I could turn this into a $1 million enterprise and sponsorships and all kinds of shit. I could turn this into a fucking circus. I could get my fucking health back in line and whatever and fucking fight a Jake Paul and fucking make $5 million. You think I can't turn this shit into a gold mine? I don't fucking do that. I don't ask you for fucking money. But what I ask you for is a little fucking respect. Take the fucking beating, and when you're done, you're gonna look back and say, I won that fight. Because in the end, that's all that matters. In line or whatever and fucking fight a Jake Paul and fucking make $5 million. You think I can't turn this shit into a gold mine? I don't fucking do that. I don't ask you for fucking money. But what I ask you for is a little fucking respect. Take the fucking beating, and when you're done, you're gonna look back and say, I won that fight. Because in the end, that's all that matters.
Oh, shit. Opiate rambling. Christ almighty. Something's going on for sure. That much is clear. Or, ooh, comments are turned off. Have they been turned off for a while? I don't know. Haven't really been paying attention. All right. Let's jump back here. Hey, Morantz, you're up, buddy. Let's see what you got.
Here's what I want to ask, right? So you've said that these firms are over-leveraged to the tune of potentially billions. And you've said that based on fundamentals alone, GameStop price might rise to $100 potentially. Also, that these firms, I believe, have bigger blue chip firms as their collateral.
Yes.
So with all three of those things happening, the price rising to potentially $100, the private equity firms that have over leveraged exposure to GameStop, which will suffer from that, and them using large blue chip firms as that collateral, what does that mean for the economy as a whole when that price spikes to that level, and for those short hedge funds?
So let me explain. I think the best way to explain what's going to happen to this economy and the longs of the shorts, right? The short hedge funds, what they're invested in long collateral. They're invested at the top of the S&P 500 right now. Everyone can see the valuations that they're getting at the top 7 stocks. They used to call them the FANG stocks, but now you guys know who they are. They're Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, and the whole 9 yards. There's 7 companies that they're pushing. The economy, if you look at the bottom half of the S&P 500, it actually is falling apart. You know, those bottom 20 companies don't hold up well. GameStop actually has better fundamentals than the bottom 20. So GameStop eventually will get into the S&P 500 fundamentally. Okay, when this happens, we're now on the same team. That means you can't short GameStop, because if you short GameStop, you're shorting the SPY. You're shorting the actual thing you're long on. So the problem they're going to have, just so that everyone's clear.
Tell me you don't understand portfolios and hedging without saying you don't understand portfolios and hedging. Because, yeah, we're going to go ahead and have to give a big old nope on that one. Nope. Nope.
In the bottom.
Kind of entertaining, though.
So GameStop eventually will get into the S&P 500. Fundamentally.
That's not what the question. That's not the question. That was not the question at all. So thanks for.
Happens. We're now on the same team. That means you can't short GameStop, because if you short GameStop, you're shorting the SPY. You're shorting the actual thing you're long on. So the problem they're going to have, just so that everyone's clear, short hedge funds and these private investment firms are going to have an issue attacking GameStop when GameStop's on the same team. And it's going to happen. They don't want it to happen, but it's going to happen. It's inevitable. The market cap is going to...
Yeah, I don't think so, buddy.
Get there. The actual fundamentals of the company are going to push it there.
So, yeah, I believe, but that's great. That's cute that you think that.
When it gets to $100 a share, you're in trouble at $40 a share. You don't even need $100. At $40 a share, this whole world's going to start feeling the pressure of GameStop. Because that means it has a $12 billion market cap. It's in the S&P 500 or eligible, and everyone's going to be on pins and needles. So they can't let it get to 40, and you've seen it been short down all the way from there. That's the breaking point.
And to be clear, when you say the whole world's going to feel the trouble, we're talking about that's coming from the fact that we're seeing a ton of hedge funds, big hedge funds making billions worth of losses that will then trickle down to pension funds, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes. You see, these hedge funds, either the ultra wealthy, right? They're what they call accredited investors.
God.
When we talk about the effects of the market and who they affect, one, they affect pension funds, because pension funds are the biggest investors into the markets today. Additionally, they're going to affect the accredited investors. An accredited investor is anyone that makes.
Okay, Marantz, yeah, you can tell us what accredited investors mean. What in the fuck is he talking about? How much more of that one do we need to hear? I don't know. But this is his explanation of his thesis, I guess.
$300,000 a year, has a net worth of over $1 million. And those prerequisites have not been adjusted over the last 40 years. It's been the same buy-in since 1980 that it is today. Should they get adjusted? I think they should. But the ultra wealthy are the individuals who are affected by this the most. So the individuals empower the individuals at the top. They know this because that's them. And so they have to find a way for it not to happen. But this is inevitable. GameStop is inevitable.
GameStop is
inevitable. Yeah, go on.
I just need this to be really, really clear for me, as somebody who's not necessarily a financial expert. When GameStop gets past that point, the $40 mark, the $100 mark, and these private equity firms are fighting against somebody who is on the same team as them, quote unquote.
Yeah.
What happens for me, for the normal person? What happens?
Okay. So when GameStop actually gets into the S&P 500, it gets to that $40 price
Jesus
point on
Christ.
itself. It's going to trigger a lot of things. It's going to trigger mandatory buy-ins on ETFs that contain or trade off the index. And individuals, like the common day guy, is going to see their pension fund and or their 401ks come crumbling down, because at that point, you're going to have to sell off and buy back into GameStop. And your collateral right now, you're not necessarily just holding on to cash. You park your cash into these things that have been spiking up. You're going to have to sell off those shares. So all the top of the S&P is going to come down. GameStop's going to go up because they're going to be forced.
Give me a fucking break. That is a fucking... I mean, there's no way that these people believe this fucking shit. You are a brain dead fucking motherfucker if you actually believe that. You are fucking retarded.
You get margin calls.
Straight up.
Margin calls will come. And
margin calls. Yes, margin calls are coming. Yep. Haven't heard that. Have only heard that for the last 3 fucking years. Give me a break. Get some new fucking material. You're a lame fuck. And come in my chat. Why don't you ever come on my fucking live chat? Come in my chat. You're not blocked. Come here and defend yourself and your fucking brain dead takes. This is garbage. No wonder you wanted to put. No wonder he wanted to put this out.
Itself,
where he's controlling the narrative. God damn.
Theoretically can happen, but
this is terrible.
Take a lot of work, a lot of energy, and it's going to take for GameStop to hold $40 price point for a couple of quarters. And it's not just they hit 40 and now we're there. It has to hit 40. People have to see it for what it is, fundamentally sound. Over the last 4 quarters already, they've been
fundamentally sound.
Over the last, it'll be this quarter right now. They'll be positive on the balance sheet. That makes them eligible right now.
None of this is related to the question that was asked.
And you'll see exactly how it happens.
So I'm really sorry, Morantz. Could you go back a sentence and say that again? The connection cut out.
Yeah, so GameStop just needs that $40 price point, and when it gets to $40 a share, the market should be crumbling at that point because people are going to be panicking. They're going to have to sell off chips to pay for that short. All short sellers are potential buyers.
What the fuck?
6 million reported short sells right now. Those guys are eventually going to have to buy in once this stock keeps tricking up. These swaps that happen for GameStop, getting in and out. There's going to be greedy people even at the top. So when it keeps happening this way,
oh really?
The S&P 500 is going to melt off, without a doubt.
So when you say that the top of the S&P 500 is going to melt off,
and you still didn't answer the fucking question.
Just to be dead clear, that sounds to me like recession at minimum. Is that accurate?
So when we say the top of the S&P 500 is going to sell off, it's not necessarily recession per se. There's 2 things that happen when you think about recession. One is going to be a 20% drop on the SPY itself, but you have to see double digits on unemployment as well. This is the problem that I've had with 2022. 2022 was one of the lowest times of the stock market. It came all the way down 20%, but yet unemployment didn't spike. So with interest rates rising, like we've been having with the Fed, but no one's falling off, no one's actually applying for unemployment, that means that it's not a hard enough spike. I need to see more pressure on that end. But it's going to affect the top line for a lot of people, but it's all about retirement.
Well, yeah, we need to see more unemployment. We need to see GameStop lay off more employees, right? It's bullish for GameStop.
Cashing out while everyone else is buying in. But some of these older folks are going to hurt. It's going to hurt their pocket for sure. The fixed income folks, without a doubt. And that's GameStop. And I'm sorry to say it, but I'm not afraid of it. It's not us. It's not our greed. It's the private investment firms. It's their greed.
It's not your greed. In what world, even if what he's saying is true, in what world is it not his fucking greed?
A consequence of this is recession plus employment.
Wow.
I mean, yes. I mean, it would have to happen if you're going to call it a recession. Unemployment would have to take.
He's got to be using this to make Morantz look like a complete fucking imbecile. I mean, how else could it be used? I mean, Manuel's right. He's giving him yards and yards and yards and yards of rope here. How in the fuck?
Into effect if that were going to happen. But some firms, when they lose market cap, they panic.
I don't know how you spin this.
Because they're all greedy, right? That CEOs are overpaid, executives and board of directors, they all want to make their money. And when their share price is coming screaming down, they might get into a panic. Some people don't. You won't see Elon Musk and Tesla crying or crumbling. They're just going to keep doing their business because eventually, and it's always going to be the younger CEOs. The younger CEO is not retiring today. So like Ryan Cohen's not retiring. It's his identity. It's what he will be when it comes for GameStop. But the older guys, the guys who are 70, 80 doing estate planning, they're the ones panicking. It won't be the younger crowd.
In terms of the impact for the world, how does an event like this compare to, for example, an event like the 2008 recession?
The 2008 housing crisis and how it can compare to what is going to happen now, I would just tell you the 2008 housing crisis never stopped. It never ended. It's almost like the Korean War, where the war never ended. It's just a ceasefire. They printed money and bailed out the auto industry and the home industry, the house building industry. So everyone just said, it's okay. And then they went on a stretch of 15 years of free money, where you were able to borrow money at 0% interest and or Covey Light, right? So these Covey Light loans, these bonds that you were able to take out, had minimal requirements, and now they're Covey heavy. Everything has heavy covenants. And when you're borrowing money, you have to put a certain amount of people on the board of directors. You have to have certain cash flow. You have to have all these prerequisites to hold this bond. And when you fail on the covenants, they trigger bankruptcy and or voluntary bankruptcy so that you can control it. And I said this, right? So when you see a company transitioning and pivoting for bankruptcy, you'll know it, because they'll start hiring other people to the board of directors. And that's what Bed Bath & Beyond did. They started hiring certain people that had a track record of bankruptcy. So when you saw Holly Etlin come in at Bed Bath & Beyond, you go, she's a chief restructuring officer. She did the Pier 1 Imports bankruptcy. That's what she's here for. She's here for bankruptcy. And everyone out there was telling you that she's not. But the story's in the cards themselves, and you play it and you see it. So the channel that I've built, that we've been here, we've been talking for so long, it's not just about GameStop. It's everything to do with private equity and how they position themselves within America and how they take money from I guess the common day man.
Everything to do with private equity. Oh my God! You know what? There's a sound. There's a soundboard for this.
What the hell? Oh my God! No way!
All right, let's see the next clip. That was a lot of fun. Let's see the next one.
Yeah, I think one of the things I've been trying to understand is, for example, if in the situation we have where GameStop, there's actually a lot of potential here, and this stock is going to go up.
Yes.
Why wouldn't, I guess, other hedge funds or financial institutions jump on that opportunity?
You can't
as well.
Yeah, you can't jump in. You can't buy GameStop because the people own it. You see, there was these days where they do these tests, the stress test, and you'll see GameStop spike up back in the day. This is like a year ago, 2 years ago. It would go up like $20 a day, $30 a day on no volume. You're like, how in the world did they get all this price discovery?
So he's sitting down in this one. Is he actually sitting down and he's been fooling us the whole time? I think he's been fooling us the whole fucking time. He's not standing up. Wow. Ryan Cohen is private equity. Well, that's an inconvenient truth.
How do they launch it?
And it's ignore that.
Stop investors keep buying shares, and they.
All right, I'm going to take this back and slow it down so we can hear the full gravity of what he's saying.
Yeah, I think one of the things I've been trying to understand is, for example, if in the situation that we have where GameStop, there's actually a lot of potential here, and this stock is going to go up.
Yes.
Why wouldn't, I guess, other hedge funds or financial institutions jump on that opportunity?
You can't
as well.
Yeah, you can't jump in. You can't buy GameStop because the people own it. You see, there was these days where they do these tests, the stress test, and you'll see GameStop.
All right, let's just stop there. You can't buy GameStop because the people own it. Okay. Now we're going to talk about stress tests. Okay.
Back cool. This is like a year ago, 2 years ago. It would go up like $20 a day, $30 a day on no volume. You'd be like, how in the world did they get all this price discovery? How did they launch it? Like, how did it go? And it's because GameStop investors keep buying shares and they DRS the shares. So direct registering shares is a thing. It's a movement. It's never been done before. And it takes the shares out of the DTCC and it puts it in your own name. Therefore, you own them through...
Wait. So he's pro DRS now? Or has he always been? And I just missed that. I don't know. So the people own it. It's DRS. What percentage is DRS again? I got to find that out.
Ryan Cohen's shares, all the insider, buys that they do, which he's done plenty over the last 2.5 years. Those are all DRS shares as well. The more shares you DRS, the less shares that are available to people out there on the open markets. But the way it works for you is that now makes the stock illiquid. Means that the volume is going to be so low like it is today. Remember, they did a 4-to-1 reverse stock, or a 4-to-1 split, I apologize, and the volume is not 4x. It's actually gone the other way. Instead of being 3 to 4 million shares a day, it's now 1 to 2 million shares a day, because it's even more liquid over time because people keep buying it and DRSing their shares. The reason why hedge funds can't buy in, there's not enough out there for you to even spark an interest. Ryan Cohen owns the largest position of this company, and that's because he wants to control it. If you ever want to buy...
Not enough shares out there. So that must be why the price is down too. There's just not enough shares for people to buy to bid the price up. Right? Good fucking God. Give me a fucking break. Brain dead motherfucker. You expect people to believe that shit? According to this Shack News, GME reports 75.4 million. Approximately 25% of our outstanding shares as of November 30th, 2023. So 3/4 of the shares are still available for people to trade. Well, I mean, it's not that the DRS ones aren't, but yeah. It's notable that GameStop's number of directly registered shares has remained unchanged from the previous quarter. Oh. Trouble in Paradise? I don't know. Right here. Not in that color. Yeah, it's right there. This is just one piece of information that came from the report. This includes the fact that GameStop's fell short of revenue expectations and took a smaller than expected loss. Okay, yeah. Interesting.
If you want to buy in any financial institution, they want to have control of their investment. A lot of the top guys want to own a large enough piece to have a seat at the table. Well, they're not welcome. Ryan Cohen has the smallest board of directors. It's like 5. And that's it. And they're controlling this company, and they're not making any announcements. They're not going to tell you what they're doing. They're just going to surprise you with it. So,
because that's what, you know, the market loves that. They love surprises. Now, who wants to know what a company's planning on doing in the future anyway? It's overrated. Just surprise me. I trust you. Just surprise me. Said nobody ever.
Investment is this guy took a risk of his own, and he's managing his risk, and that's Ryan Cohen. And millions of dollars of his own liquid dollars. No one else can say that. If you had a GP come in, a general partner from like a private equity firm, they're going to be managing other people's money. It's not their own. So their investment prowess won't be the same. Their stance on the company won't be the same. They're looking to get...
Yeah. Was it really his own money, or was it the apes' money that he took from Bed Bath & Beyond? Maybe that particular money was the money that he used, that he profited off of the apes who pumped the stock for him when he, you know, did that pump and dump last year, 2 years ago, whenever that was. I don't know. We want money to be well,
now they're looking for a churn now, and that's the difference from GameStop. GameStop is what we say, power to the creators, power to the people. That's what it is. Whenever you buy a share of GameStop, it is the way you can fight, but it's also the way that you can find.
Oh my God!
So it's absolutely the people's stock.
Interesting. I guess then on that note, where exactly do you see, or even you feel like the sentiment is at the moment with where GameStop's stock trajectory is? Like, how much could realistically an individual share be worth?
You know, I get asked this a lot, and so there's 2 ways of looking at it. One, you have to evaluate where you want to get out.
No.
What's your risk assessment? Like, why did you buy? I don't know. A lot of people, it's all about.
There are not 2 ways of looking at it. But of course there are, you know, in his mind, everything's black and white. Let's see what his black and white is.
I get asked this a lot, and so there's 2 ways of looking at it. One, you have to evaluate where you want to get out. Like, what's your risk assessment? Like, why did you buy? I don't know. A lot of people, it's all about age and how much time they have left. For me, I have forever, so I want
how much time they have left.
But if you go back 30 years, I want to say 30 years right now. It's 1989. Yeah, it's about 30 years ago. The top 20 companies in the S&P 500, as far as market cap, none of them exist today in the top 20. My point being, no company, you don't really know the trajectory of the company 30 years down the road. You just don't. Nobody knew Apple was going to invent an iPod in 2001, going to create iTunes in 2001. 3 years later, their stock price would increase 3x. And then they're going to invent the phone, the pad, the watch, and now, you know, the TV, and of course, the car coming up. Nobody knew this. So you can't make the car to say, I think this is going to be this and this by tomorrow.
Yeah, right, okay.
I just know that Ryan Cohen's smart enough, rich enough, young enough to try. And even if he failed, he can try again.
What?
So I'm betting on
oh my God,
on that side of the trade. You know, where could it be 5 years from now? With market manipulation, it can be any.
So let's just completely ignore his actions in Bed Bath & Beyond then. That was a fluke, I guess. I guess it was a fluke.
But
I don't know. One of those rare exceptions where Ryan Cohen failed.
The way I see the company, they're going to net up.
Give me a fucking break.
The trailing 12 months coming up real soon. This quarter alone, they're going to see a swing, another $100 million swing, $70 million swing. After reading the balance sheet, after understanding the financials, GameStop is primed to shock the world. And they look like they're going to be eligible for the S&P 500 when they get.
Oh, give me a fucking break. S&P 500. And that's a good point about not knowing the impact, but at least you know what the company was planning. And they might not have delivered it on time either. You know, in a case like Microsoft or something. Anyway.
The market cap in place, you know, when the stock price eclipses $38 a share, $42 a share, they'll have enough to get in the prerequisites against the S&P 500. And then it's mandatory buy-ins for index funds. You'll see it everywhere. People will tell you they got to get it. And here's the problem, James, this is God's honest truth. You can't find it. You can go buy them $17 a share, but let somebody really try to move this market. Let somebody really try to buy in. You could be the Canadian Investment Board teachers.
What is he talking about? This is so fucking backwards and upside down. I'm not even going to try to make sense of it. Wow. He's literally describing supply and demand, and he's saying that nobody. What?
You know, and
oh my God!
Funds that have tons of money, retirement funds that want to buy in to these stocks, individual securities.
This is exceptionally fucking bad.
This market so much.
Wow.
So much volume. They've been knocking us down for so long. The days to cover on short interest for GameStop is almost 30 days. When people say it's only short 19% reported, okay, well that's 60 million shares. How many shares do you think they trade a day? Like 1 million, 2 million. You could never dream of closing the short position on GameStop because that's just what's reported. I can't even imagine how big it's going to be.
I see. So
I can't even imagine how big it's going to be. I can't even imagine, even with your big brain.
Understanding. So,
sure.
Is the idea there that a large portion of, I guess, what would you, refer to the GME community, if apes maybe isn't the right?
Retail investors. Just retail investors. Yeah.
If a large portion of like retail owns the float of GME, is the implication there that, like, in order to actually close out any short positions, it's really going to be up to the retail to decide?
We used to have this thing where we would say, pick your price.
He's like, are you going with the retail names the price, like Priceline.com? Is this like a Bill Shatner type thing or what?
Back in the day, like, hey, just
you're going with that?
Like, you can jump off this ship anywhere. And people would come up and they'd be like, hey, I want $1 million a share. I want $100,000 a share. They even had the 500K a share, hashtag for a lot of other companies. And for GameStop, it's like, well, what's your price? And I would tell you, the more you buy, the more you have, your price is lower than other people's. But as you hold it and what we call diamond hand it, you're never going to sell at the prices they want to sell for, because it's more valuable to you. I've been holding for so long. I've been making so many videos. I've been talking about it so long. It's very valuable to me. So much so that I say I'm never going to sell. And people tell me this all the time. So, Rance, how can you say you're never going to sell?
That's nonsensical. That's nonsensical. Something does not get more valuable the longer you hold it. Tell that to the people who held onto Charles Ponzi's worthless stamps until they died because they refused to believe that they'd bought into a scam. I mean, come on. I mean, there is no way that this is going to be favorable to Marantz whatsoever. There's no way that it could be. I mean, that would be some magical fucking editing. As in, get his brother to re-record the interview saying much less retarded shit.
I don't need
to
sell.
I want to hear that again. I want to hear that again.
For a lot of other companies, they even had the 500K a share, hashtag for a lot of other companies. And for GameStop, it's like, well, what's your price? And I would tell you, the more you buy, the more you have, your price is lower than other people's. But as you hold it and what we call diamond hand it, you're never going to sell at the prices they want to sell for, because it's more valuable to you. I've been holding for so long. I've been making so many videos. I've been talking about it so long. It's very valuable to me. So much so that I say I'm never going to sell. And people tell me this all the time. So, Rance, how can you say you're never going to sell? I don't need the money. I go to work every day. I have a career. I have family that I care for, but that's building wealth. I'll be able to hand it off to them. What's it going to be worth then? I don't know. How great is the company going to be? I don't know. But I'm investing for it. I'm going for it.
I see.
That's where it's at.
Do you think there'll ever be a situation in which you will sell your shares of GameStop?
Sure. Is that the answer?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, no retail cult will ever bankrupt the DTCC, especially not with 25% of GameStop. Retail investors and apes are the same thing. Yes, of course, apes are retail investors, but not all retail investors are apes. Thank God. They're not retail. They're a cult fascinated with failure. He doesn't need the money. Yeah. Where's Maury Povich when you need him? That lie detector. Well,
do I think that's the case? I don't know. I don't really think that's the case.
Under what conditions would you decide to sell?
It'd be a family decision.
Here we go.
Wouldn't be my own. Ideally, my wife tells me, don't talk to me until I don't have to work anymore.
Well, I mean, I guess under what?
Is that the answer?
Well, I mean, I guess under what?
Is that the answer?
Well, I mean, I guess under what conditions would you decide to sell?
It'd be a family decision. Wouldn't be my own.
I feel like it's kind of skipping. I can't really. I thought I saw something, but I'm not sure. I don't know why my system is so. Ken Griffin again, no doubt. I thought I saw something. All right, let's see what he says here.
My wife tells.
Oh, actually, okay. I think we got another clip for this.
And then just one more thing, while all of this is happening, while collaterals are being called and all of these kind of catastrophic events are happening. Am I right to assume that that would send the price of GameStop higher?
We can assume via market mechanics that the price would go higher on GameStop if all these events happen. You know, because the short sellers would then be buyers, right? There's some people that buy in, and then there's also a FOMO crowd where they see something running and they go jump in on it. They just want to catch a wind of it. They want to be a part of the movement and or the ride itself. So there's two aspects there: FOMO, and then fundamentally buying in on the short side, forced buy-ins, margin calls. And then, of course, the long investors that'll reap those benefits where they're just looking around saying, I told you. Doesn't mean that I'm going to sell, though.
But, I mean, one question, though. How are they going to buy if they can't buy? So hedge funds they're not able to get in on the long side, but somehow they're able to cover their shorts. Trying to figure that one out. Can't.
But, because I just don't know at what point would trigger for me to sell. It would have to be well beyond the price you see today. Well beyond that.
So at that point where there is this kind of domino effect of upward pressure on the price, and it is rising from those two effects that you described, what kind of price points do you think you could imagine seeing?
I can imagine seeing anywhere north of $200 to $1,000 a share. That's a big window there, and it's going to take these volatile movements to happen. But they were already going there before. It was already well on its way to $600, $800, $1,000 before the split. So I can see it 200, 300, 400 dependent. And of course, I see.
Now, hold on. AI says, will GameStop reach 500? According to our GameStop stock forecast, the price of GameStop will not reach 500. So then by extension, it will not reach 1,000 or 2,000. And this is AI. So this is NVIDIA. This is all that. So I trust this. It will not reach these. So based so not 500, not 1,000, not 2,000. So we'll see.
See it a whole different way because I think GameStop's going to be, market cap well beyond $12 billion, $15 billion, and then you'll see a trigger from there. So what? So 150 billion. You'd see a trigger. So I'd say, you could see $500 a share. You could see it.
Again, that still wouldn't be enough for you to want to sell.
Me, no. I'm looking 900, 1,000, 1,200, 1,100, some of that range. I think I'd have to sell. Some, not all.
To want to sell.
Me, no. I'm looking 900, 1,000.
Want to sell.
Me, no. I'm looking 900, 1,000.
Okay, you're wondering why I skipped back all those times. That glitch in the audio was in his upload.
Me, no. I'm looking 900, 1,000.
Right there on 900.
No. I'm looking 900, 1,000.
And I've heard several of them happen throughout these interviews here. So I don't know what's going on with that, but it appears to be baked into the video, as we say. So, okay. We'll sell some for 900. And let's see, we got in. No, I think he's just a hack.
Gotta make an announcement right
to be
now.
honest.
Because I'm honest with you guys, and I'm not gonna lie to you, and I'm not gonna steer you different.
Oh, really?
My wife and I, together, our team, our unit, we've hit a headwind financially right now.
Our team.
I'm dealing with. and it's a lot
our unit
for the family, sure. But I'll make it past it. I'll get past it. Not worried about it one bit. I'll get past it. I know I will, because it's God's plan at this point, and I'm not gonna be able to buy.
It's God's plan. Oh, so we have another. It's God's plan retard here. It's God's plan. Yeah, good one.
Every day. I don't know when that'll resume. I made a pledge to my wife.
Boom.
To take care of some of these financial concerns I have, because I'm not going to over leverage myself and my family. Not that it was a problem before. It's just we had a new obstacle and hurdle in front of us lately as of this week. So I'm going to do my best. Do my best to get us in the good graces. And that's it, man. You just never know what life has in front of you, what's headed your way. You don't know. And it was just so weird that I was having that moment with you guys where I said, sometimes things get taken from you and you don't know why. You don't know why. You got to reposition in life and reinvent yourself or do something different. And you feel like a lot of people like to blame God just in general. Well, why would God do this to me? I'm like, it's not you. Like, it's not that. Sometimes, it's prepping you for something that's bigger and better. And that's the way I'm looking at it right now, because history tells me that. I remember there was a time where my wife and I financially strapped and we had to move.
That's it.
And
that's why. Yep.
And quit
because you're being prepped for bigger and better things. Life. I mean, nah.
Called life? Nope. I looked right at her and said, Mama, we're gonna move. I got you. Pack the U-Haul. And I remember putting my little boy, he's gonna be 14 coming up. I put him in the front seat. He had never been in a U-Haul before. And I'm driving away from our house at the time with this butterfly feeling in my stomach. Like, man, what are we going to do next? Like, how are we going to get to the next day, the next week, the next month?
Whoa. I heard the magic word. Did you catch it? Butterfly?
And he's sitting there looking out the window saying, "This is so cool, Dad. We're high. We can see everybody."
We're high. You're high, Dad. This is so cool. You're high.
But we can see everything because we were sitting up real high. And I was like, yeah, I got to remember to take in those moments. My kids are enjoying the moment. And my daughter.
Of course he's going to enjoy the moment. You got him high in a fucking U-Haul truck. What the fuck you
feel that way? My other sons didn't feel that way. My other son didn't feel that way. They're like, man, we got to move everything. We got to move schools. We got to do this. And we did. We moved schools. We moved everything. We're not moving.
Oh my God.
That's not what it is. It's nothing like that. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying just enough to let you know that it's on my mind. It's on my heart. But I just got to tell myself that God's taken something from me and or put something in front of me so that I can get stronger and better at what I have coming my way. So if you guys are going through hardships, you guys are going through hard
keep
times,
telling yourself that,
I'm
bro.
with you. And I've lived it in front of you for the last 3 years, and I'll continue to do that. So my story doesn't change, and when I can shed light on the story and tell you guys, obviously I will. It's just not the thing to do today. So some people know what's going down with me, some people don't, but and I say me, it's not me personally, it's not me individually, us. I'll say us because I'm one of those guys. I've had 5 children, right? I have 5 children, and I remember when the last time my wife came up, she's like, "Hey, I'm pregnant," and I was like, "Hey, we're pregnant." I went like that. I hit her plural because I've always been that. Like, this is a we thing. It's not an I thing. So when we get through this, we will. And
it's a we thing
on the other side of it. So just know, if you see me looking stressed, if you see me looking, a little worked up, I got stuff to do. Man, I'm really grinding out here. So I just want to say thank you for all the support and all the love. And we'll keep going through the chat. I'm gonna buy Epstein Island with Chewy and Jimmy. Good for you, man. Dak to Atlanta for a new QB. I don't care where he goes. It has nothing to do for me. Your transparency just blessed me and gave me confirmation for me and my household. God is great. Yeah, Charlie Mack. I can elaborate just a little bit more. So like I'm with you on that. I am. Just know that I remember the biggest moments in my life. Like everyone knows this stuff. Like
Oh, I can't wait
all
to
the
hear this.
accomplishments that you have in life. I'm talking about every single accomplishment. I don't care if it's graduation, marriage, a career goal that you met. Everything is like a mountain, right? It's a mountain of defeat. It's like a mountain of failures. Boom, boom, boom. And on that mountain of failures is just that pinnacle of what you accomplished. So every time I get knocked down, every time I don't get my way and or the easy way, like, I don't know how it happens for some people. Some people have the easiest route to success, and some people, they don't have to navigate these.
Well, that's what it appears, you know, that's how it may appear to you, but you don't know. You don't fucking know. Jesus Christ. Okay. I was looking at something in the futures, though, yesterday. Actually, well, not really in the futures, but just in the market, over in Thinkorswim. So I was looking at, this is, let me make this, well, anyway. The option statistics from Friday. Well, so this is open interest from Friday. And call this and the Qs. Let me go to the SPY. So I don't know how well this is, how easily this is seen, but it's a lot on there. So I'm just putting on the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 next few expirations here. This coming week of expirations. And so we're looking at open interest, strike prices along the bottom, and then open interest numbers along the x-axis, y-axis here. And I don't know how easily this is seen. Let me make this bigger, maybe. But just looking at the open interest, if I could get this thing to be bigger, that'd be great. Well, oh, because I have it, duh. Okay. One sec. Not really going to be that much bigger, unfortunately, but okay. Well, now it's off-centered. I just want to show this, of course, I don't have the cursor on, apparently. I do, okay. Anyway. There we go. There's the cursor. So this is 5,000, 10,000 on the calls, but on the puts, the scale goes up to 100,000 on the open interest. So, like at a strike price of this 420, there's 101,000 open interest, right? Which is the highest call is the 480 call that has 14,000 open. So 14,000 calls is the highest call strike open interest for this coming week, whereas on the put side you have a strike with 101,000 open interest on the 420 puts. So I'm just trying to look at sentiment here and see, you know, and I'm not even going to try to glean any prediction from this, really, because it's foolish. But, and let me redo the screen so we can actually see it properly now. Here's the Qs, and you can see there's something similar. This one goes up to 40,000 here, and you've got something that's got, I think, 50,000 open interest. 44,000 open interest versus this one here has got 302,000 open interest. That's on the 378. And I realized I got all these on. I don't want all of them. I just want the next week of expirations right there. And so that actually changes things. So now in the Qs, now we see actually we have higher calls, open interest. So shorter term, more bullish. Pop back over to the SPY. Actually, you know what? Let's go to the IWM. Small caps. And so we don't have daily. It looks like we don't have daily expirations on this, but oh yeah, we got this. We got a couple loaners way up here. Looks like I can't even see it. $225 strike on the IWM has 77,000 open interest. Wow. Versus 9,300 on the 188 puts. So interesting divergences there. Okay. So we've got IWM, the Russell 2000. I mean, flip a fucking coin, you know, for real. I who in the fuck knows? All right, let's shift gears here a little bit. That was fun. That was a fun Marantz diversion, but I would like to say let's get back to something that matters, but unfortunately, I just have CSI.
Everybody, it's the Common Sense Investor coming at you with another video, and I told y'all just be cool. Let things line themselves out. We don't know where this thing is going, but if we just wait on God, we will find out the answers in due time. Now, in case you've heard, Virtue Financial is under the gun again, okay? In Louisiana.
Ruh-roh.
All right. Virtue Financial investigation initiated by former Louisiana Attorney General Con Swick and Fody, that's Charles Fody. LLC investigates the officers and directors of Virtue Financial Incorporated, all right? Charles Fody, like I said, 86 years old. He's with the Democratic Party. That's a good thing for us. Whenever you're fighting with your finances, it's good to have the fucking Democrats fighting with us, okay? The Republicans like to give the fucking King Griffin and them, all right? So that's a good thing, too. Now, he was sheriff for 30 years, like I shared with y'all, and he don't back down.
I think you might get some pushback on that one, but
for
whatever.
30 years, he was elected sheriff of Orleans Parish, all right, because he put the fear of God in motherfuckers, and he's going to put the fear of God in Virtue. And oh, Dougie Doug, you just can't seem to stay out the news, can you? But the article goes on to say that the former Attorney General of Louisiana, Charles C. Fody Jr., a partner at the law firm of Con, Swick, and Fody, announced that KSF had, well, that was almost KFC, huh? Has commenced an investigation into Virtue Financial Incorporated. For several years, the company has been under intense scrutiny by financial media and regulators regarding the alleged failure to implement effective information access barriers to protect highly sensitive and confidential trading data. What does that mean? That means that front running, all right? They get the payment for order flow in from Robinhood or Fidelity, whoever, TD Ameritrade, and instead of there being a wall up so their traders can't see it, all right, there's no wall, and the payment for order flows come in.
Yeah, I don't think that's what that means.
We better sell Intel because we got a
no.
coming in. So they front run the customers like that. And they've been under intense scrutiny. You sure have, you sons of bitches. But now here, the company and certain of its executives have also been sued in securities class action lawsuit charging them with failure to disclose material information during the class period in violation of federal securities laws, which remains ongoing. See, these people, they just think they are above the law. They will not do what they're supposed to do, even if the court tells them to do it. They're still shoot the finger up at us. But your time is coming to an end, bitches, and I'm glad to have been a part of it. Now.
Okay, let's look and see what it actually says. So this is on the SEC website. And notice, this is from the article that he's looking at here was from December 22nd. Okay, so this is a lawsuit. This is saying that this law firm has commenced an investigation into Virtu Financial. Great. A lawsuit has begun looking into Virtu Financial in December. All right. In September, the SEC charged Virtu for false and misleading disclosures relating to information barriers. Filed charges against broker-dealer Virtu Americas and its parent company, Virtu Financial, for making materially false and misleading statements and omissions regarding information barriers to prevent the misuse of sensitive customer information. As alleged in the SEC's complaint, Virtu Americas and its affiliate operated two businesses that it purported to have walled off from each other: an order execution service for large institutional customers, whereby Virtu Americas executed customer orders, typically for a commission, and a proprietary trading business through which Virtu Americas bought and sold securities for its own accounts and benefit. From approximately January 2018 through the beginning of April 2019, however, before everybody was even in the market, mind you, however, Virtu Americas allegedly failed to safeguard a database that contained all post-trade information generated from customer orders routed to and executed by Virtu Americas, including customer identifying information and other material non-public information. The SEC alleges that this database was accessible to practically anyone at Virtu, and that they including their proprietary traders, through the two sets of widely known and frequently shared generic usernames and passwords. During this 15-month period, failed to establish, maintain, and enforce policies. I mean, we see this all the time. In some instances, Virtu overstated the controls, barriers, and processes it had in place. Yada, 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 yada. So what part did CSI have in this? Yeah, I don't know. How do these guys like CSI have such horrible reading comprehension skills? Educational system in America, I guess.
So they front run the customers like that, and they've been under intense scrutiny. You sure have, you sons of bitches. But now here, the company and certain of its executives have also been sued in securities class action lawsuit charging them with failure to disclose material information during the class period in violation of federal securities laws, which remains ongoing. See, these people, they just think they are above the law. They will not do what they're supposed to do, even if the court tells them.
So not only is this not news,
shoot the finger up at us, but your time is coming to an end, bitches, and I'm glad to have been a part.
and I mean, the thing is, like, this is another example of how behind and non-real time these types of agencies are. This is about activity that happened in 2018 and 2019. So maybe you could ask, why only until that date in 2019? What happened then? Did it stop? Or what? I don't know. But the point is, it's not real time. This happened years ago. Now they're dealing with it. That's how these things work. What's going to end up happening? Will retail investors get anything out of this? No. Quite frankly. Has nothing to do with retail investors.
Now, he is investigating. The investigation is focusing on whether virtues officers and or directors breached their fiduciary duties to its shareholders or otherwise violated state or federal laws. Good news for you, Charles. I got the case already put together for you. We can go after these son of a bitches now. And we can put in a consent decree. And he knows what a consent decree is because he was part of it down here when all this was going on. He was one of the ones that they put in here to turn everything around. So we got a warrior on our side right here now, people.
What the fuck?
Let me do some meditating, getting with the Lord, and finding out what he wants me to do with the God I've got.
Get with the Lord?
This man.
Is that what you call it?
All right. So with that,
sounds like you've already been with the Lord.
I've got like 4 other articles that I came across right before I laid down that I got to do the videos on. So I love y'all. Be blessed. Check out our bookstore and some other things we got going on.
Bookstore. Bookstore. The bookstore. Oh my goodness. We already looked at that. Okay. Now, we got AMC stock could shock you soon. Also, big risks, apostrophe S. Very creative. Coming to you from the kitchen today. Coming at you from the kitchen.
Everything you need to know specifically on AMC stock. As you know, AMC has been what looks like a bottoming process. You have been green now 2 days in a row. On Thursday, you were green by 7.79% of 32 cents on the day. And on Friday, you were up 8 cents, about 1.81%. So you rallied about 10% in 2 days. Now, it's a small amount, yes, because the stock has fallen a lot. Yes, you're correct. Does this mean a larger...
Does he finally understand percentages? Holy shit.
Rally could be
a breakthrough.
Some good things and some bad things to talk about here in this video. Hit the like button as well as subscribe to the channel. Let me know what you think about this.
Is it his parents' kitchen? Well, is there food? If there's food, yes.
First and foremost, I've talked about this before, probably 1,000 times, and I'll talk about it again. The holy grail of good news of a catalyst that will cause AMC stock to rally is Adam Aron giving us a commitment that he will not be the shareholders anymore. That has not come yet. Adam Aron is remarkably quiet on his X account, which I presume where to get this announcement, that's where it would come from. Now, in theory, if it does not come from here, it will come from AMC earnings themselves, the earnings report. Maybe, maybe not. That happens this time around. I think it looks a little bit more likely. Potentially, we will get some kind of announcement like that for Q3, Q4 to not see that commitment anymore. If Adam Aron and the team knows anything about business cycles or presidential election cycles, you tend to get most of the return during a presidential year. Actually, mid-year, summertime. before a dip towards the election, and then a very parabolic rally after the election.
Oh,
it tends to happen
okay.
almost every, it happens basically the same way every time, right? Every year. So I think that's pretty interesting. Now, we'll obviously need to see what happens. I think that is the holy grail of catalysts, but other catalysts as well could be AMC posting better than expected earnings. We can only speculate on what those earnings would look like. It's pretty hard to come to a definitive conclusion, but at this point, AMC stock, good news is trading at a very low valuation. The entire market cap of AMC is $1.13 billion. AMC is consistently reporting revenues higher than $1.13 billion. So on some of your simple valuation metrics, AMC stock is not that expensive anymore, right? So I think that's important to point out. That could lead to more upside here in the near term. Now, you still see, if you look at the average analyst price target for AMC, that's at $7.02. That is a return from here of 55.65%, even following some of the recent price target reductions that we have seen from Eric Wold, from other analysts that cover AMC as well. So I think AMC is set up on a risk to reward basis positively. Dilution, if Adam Aron and AMC announce dilution, that is obviously going to be a massive problem. Now, specifically with AMC, I think the reason why we have been bouncing here is because you were so oversold. You were the most oversold just recently in AMC's entire business history. It's because that on a risk to reward basis positively. Now,
Look at all those tabs. Oh my God. I used to, wow. That's impressive. Not really in a great way.
We get dilution. If Adam Aron and AMC announce dilution, that is obviously going to be a massive problem. Now, specifically with AMC, I think the reason why we have been bouncing here is because you were so oversold. You were the most oversold just recently in AMC's entire business history. AMC had an RSI of 17. Even during the Rona itself, you were not this oversold, not even close to this oversold. And you were facing potential bankruptcy. Now that bankruptcy is no longer here, relatively speaking, AMC should be able to survive for a while. Big problem will be the debt coming due in 2026, but hopefully AMC can manage that okay. And as of right now, it looks like that is the base case scenario, as long as...
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, it looks like that's base case scenario. Let's just gloss over that inconvenient fact.
Get into the teens, and then AMC can raise capital with the stock in the teens. That will be, good. That's ultimately what we need to see. Now, the bad news is we have Fed Jerome Powell coming on January 31st, in which he could be a little bit on the hawkish side. Good news is March 20th, we're no longer pricing in the first rate cut. So maybe the Fed does not have to be as hawkish as they otherwise would have been. And now the markets are only pricing in 5 rate cuts for 2024, which is more in line potentially with a soft landing and inflation coming down faster than expected. Not as much in line with a weakening economy. And, we've went from pricing in 7 rate cuts to pricing.
Oh, is that right? Okay. Huh. Interesting. I got to hear that again. I'm going to slow him back down. I'm trying to remember how I set up the voice thing before.
Pricing in 5 rate cuts for 2024. Get into the teens, and then AMC can raise capital with the stock in the teens. That will be, good. That's all.
That will be good. Yeah. By the way, where is the precedent of that happening? I mean, didn't they issue shares like at the lowest points most recently? I'm just saying, like that, and that was one of their complaints to Adam Aron. You waited until the stock was blah, 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 and then you sold it below that price to Antara. Just their words, not mine.
Ultimately, what we need to see. Now, the bad news is we have Fed Jerome Powell coming on January 31st, in which he could be a little bit on the hawkish side. Good news is March 20th, we're no longer pricing in the first rate cut. So maybe the Fed does not have to be as hawkish as they otherwise would have been. And now the markets are only pricing in 5 rate cuts for 2024, which is more in line.
I mean, I just don't understand. It's like they look at everything out of context or something. I don't know.
With
it's
a soft
so
landing and inflation coming down faster than expected, not as much in line with a weakening economy. And we've went from pricing in 7 rate cuts to pricing in 5 rate cuts. In that time span, AMC has fallen. Yes, this has been a week or two process of unpricing in these 2 rate cuts for 2024. But in the last 2 days, AMC stock has started to rally. So I think you're set up in an optimal position.
I mean, everything was. Talking about this shit as if it, these individual stocks actually fucking make any difference. As if the movement is happening in a vacuum. So fucking retarded. Oh yeah, AMC was rallying the last couple of days.
Week or two process of unpricing in these 2 rate cuts for 2024.
And in the meantime, yeah, the market hit all-time new fucking high. I mean, address that. How does that fit into this thesis?
But in the last 2
work
days,
that
the
in?
stock has started to rally. So I think you're set up in an optimal position, at least for Fed Jerome Powell now. A much better position than you were previously. One of the other problems that we're potentially going to have is big tech earnings. Big tech earnings will start next week with Tesla and Nvidia, and then really get going the week after that. The week of Fed Jerome Powell, January 31st, is on Wednesday. And then you'll have Thursday and Friday. Thursday is going to be a big day, the day following Powell. And that is when you will be getting, some larger earnings like Apple, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, those guys. Now, the markets are expecting, 11% EPS growth. So if you come in lower than that, that is going to be a big, big problem for our markets. And that could potentially...
On what? Apple? I mean, in general, what's he talking about here? AMC?
You will be getting, some larger earnings like Apple, Google, Amazon, Microsoft, those guys. Now, the markets are expecting, 11% EPS growth. So if you come in lower than that, that is going to be a big, big problem for our market.
Yes, overall.
And that could potentially set the markets up for a little bit of disappointment, considering the S&P 500 is now trading at all-time highs. Yeah, you hit an all-time high on Friday. And that is...
Good, he worked it in.
Not exactly set up in a position to have low expectations for earnings. Let's say EPS comes in with a 5% growth rate. Well, that's just not going to be good enough. Now, on the other hand, there are potential other risk factors out there as well. Take a look at this. It says, let's look at this one first. Let's see. It says the reported use of ballistic missiles against U.S. forces at Al Assad Air Base in western Iraq by who right now appears to have been Iranian-backed forces is a massive escalation and is likely seen by U.S. Central Command as crossing a red line, which we have many red lines these days.
Crossing the red line.
The U.S. Central Command, as well as other defense officials, have reportedly been urging the White House to allow them to go gloves off in order to halt any further threat by the Houthi terrorist group in the western Yemen to commercial shipping in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden. According to officials, several options have been presented to U.S. President Biden, which he has continually denied. These include a larger scale air campaign involving the Air Force over western Yemen to destroy any Houthi offensive capability, an amphibious operation against several ports, including Hodini in western Yemen, and even limited strikes on targets within Iran to send a message about further aid and support.
Let's see.
Probably a little buzzed.
Wow. Yeah. If we were to see something along those lines, markets might not like that, right? It seems like this whole area is a powder keg at this point. And if we, if it did turn into a boots on the ground like situation, or attacking Iran in some capacity or another, I don't think that's going to be positive for our market. So that's something to be watching for as well.
No, it won't be.
Hearing that, some people, like, I can't think of the specific position right now, but the one that oversees global supply chains, global supply routes for shipping around the world, he says this situation in the Red Sea is even worse than what you've seen during the Rona. Now, it's going to take a while for that to feed into prices like we've seen, All
right, let me see here. Do I have you guys? Oh. Now hey, what's up? Let's see here.
I'm ready to roast
okay.
this asshole.
Oh shit, are you guys gonna go on live, or are you guys...
No, we're live right now, yeah.
Oh, right on.
Yeah, we're up, yeah. Hang on here. Now, let's see. Should I put the? I should put the audio from the video playback into Telegram or no?
Yeah, that way.
Okay.
Conservation of resources.
Right. Okay. Okay.
The last time around, but hopefully he's wrong. Hopefully this is not going to be a big shock to the shipping market, and hopefully that ultimately is not a shock for inflation. Now, Fed Daily says early.
Hold on. No, that's not going to work right there. I messed that up.
If wishes were fishes.
Yeah. So let's see. We're saying hello here to Sonny Korax, who's in the chat here, and North Star. You guys talk a little bit. I got to figure out what's going on with this audio here.
Yeah, no problem. This guy doesn't know
talk about some
interest rates, but none of these retarded apes know anything about interest rates. Okay, I know Scott's already gone past this, but let me bring some motherfucking Milton Friedman to this conversation. Interest rates are growth and inflation expectations. That means if interest rates go down, guess where the economy's going? Down. There is no such thing as a fucking soft landing. Erase that from your memory banks. It is Fed speak bullshit. This has been a public service announcement for people who at least read one economic book in their life.
Yeah, right. I mean, and put another way, why would they lower interest rate? Or okay,
if the
why did we raise interest rates? And let's think about it the other way. Why did we raise interest rates to begin with? You know,
because
what
the Fed
was happening?
There was higher inflation expectations. They were kind of
right.
wrong.
So, in other words,
kind of right. It's they always work on lag.
Well,
they're looking in the past to try and determine what they should do in the future. Never works out.
Right. Right. Exactly.
And now they've done fucked the pooch, and a lot of the people at the Fed are realizing that.
So right. So I mean, the Fed can raise rates, which theoretically should pull back, money from equities, put money into fixed income, bond market for a guaranteed return. Right.
That's the traditional way of looking at it. I agree with it to somewhat, but it should always be seen as
whether it actually functions that way.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Is another question. But theoretically, that's what we're told. That's the narrative, at least. And
think of it as like supply and demand.
So
you have to compete in the marketplace to fund the government. So if rates are going up, it's because market participants see better opportunities in the economy as a whole. So the government needs to compete with that by raising interest rates.
Right. Yes. Which also theoretically is it reduces demand, right? And should pull the economy back. To prevent the risk of overheating the economy. You hear this phrase used, overheating.
You have a situation like it was during the 90s before the dot-com bubble. It can keep going up and up and up, and it doesn't matter because people are seeing more and more and more growth. So the Fed has to keep chasing that. Or you get something that's the inverse of that, like in the 70s, where because the United States dollar is the international currency, you have a lot of international growth in the post-war recovery period, where it's funny how the stagflation in the U.S. started 20 years after World War II ended, when a new generation was born, and suddenly everyone was rebuilding the shitholes that got bombed out during World War II. And there was a lot of economic growth and demand for dollars, which created inflation of the U.S. dollar. But because all those jobs are being sucked out of America, it also caused, a recession in America. So you got the worst of both worlds.
Yep. Yeah, sure did. Sure
That's
did.
why I never believed.
So then,
we're going to have stagflation after COVID. It's like, what economic growth is going to cause that, and what demand internationally for the U.S. dollar is going to cause that. It's people who've never taken a day of their life of economics talking out their fucking asshole.
Yeah, I mean, I've
the inflation
definitely. Yeah, well, the question is, are we really seeing? Are we seeing? What is this? What is this? What did it say? Consumer sentiment at the highest level since July of 2021. So on one hand we have this.
I don't get it.
And this is an expectation.
I don't get it when you've got.
And then on the other hand,
you got the producer index that's down, like, what is it, -17? What was that? Or -13, whatever that print was. And then you've got retail sales Q4 over Q4 between 2022 and 2023 being only 0.7% in that clip that I showed in my bond video from Jeff Snyder. And I just have to sit here and go, what are you guys all bullish about? Because I'm looking at these prints for unemployment, that the only job growth is in part-time labor. You've got this stagnant economy for what's supposed to be the boom period, Q4. And I just don't get it. Who's excited about this shit? Because I sure as fucking
I don't know. That's I really don't know. It's a mystery. I don't see how. It's almost like, and we do see these numbers be revised and things like that too. Mm-hmm. But that's what this Fortune article was talking about here, with this disparity in December, even of like a couple percent in PPI and CPI, PPI falling and CPI falling, but
producers are
CPI remaining elevated.
Demand out there. I think that's part of the reason the gap, the reason PPIs collapsed is because producers realized ain't nobody buying shit. I think those will eventually converge, but for right now, you've got
they should
holding a lot of fucking inventory and are going, how do we get this to move? And you got producers going, well, if you don't want our new shit, then we'll just stop making it. So the PPI's collapsed. CPI still hasn't collapsed, but eventually it has to. There's just
no demand
out there.
No. Yeah, inventories are going to have to be marked down. And the whole all the cyclical shit seems to be off in that regard. So yeah, that's going to be a mess. And and it also quoted these here, like the PepsiCo CFO saying that their margins could increase during the year, and also P&G saying, yeah, we had an $800 million increase in profits because commodity prices fell that we are not passing on to customers. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So you have, definitely have just, objectively higher levels of corporate profits, which, you see it in the fucking stock market. You're at all-time highs. So I don't know. It's a good illustration of the economy and the stock market being two different things, not one and the same.
Right.
Right.
It kind of lives in its own bubble.
Yeah. Yeah. But literally a bubble. So yeah. Anyway, this guy.
Signs that the labor market could falter could also trigger policy adjustment. So if you start to see unemployment picking up, job openings continuing to crater, the labor market becoming weaker, that could mean the Fed is, getting ready to pivot, or could pivot off of that new information. Now, that would be very much good news for the markets. I think this statement alone is very good news for the markets, because it shows
Oh shit! I never did really figure out the audio thing. I got.
Are you playing with some tinfoil there in the background, just kind of rubbing it against your mic?
No. No. Hang on.
I'm again amazed by how many tabs this guy's got going on here. What the fuck? Like how much RAM stuffed in his PC to be able to?
I have never
20 fucking tabs, maybe 30.
Like more than that.
But I can't run
that. It's more than that.
Any other applications? I mean, I could maybe do that.
I don't even know how you get all of them to even like. Normally, it doesn't. It scroll. I don't know. Like, yeah, this is bizarre. It's like
this is madness.
It's just a little.
What are you doing, my bro?
This is the real Yeah, this is the real revelation here.
Also, why are you in a gaming chair in a messy ass fucking kitchen? That is such a.
That's another question.
This is why I don't do the camera thing, because I know my office is a mess, and I don't want anyone seeing that shit. like I know I could use my mom's office as a set if I ever get to that point in my YouTube career, but like I am sure as fuck not showing you my house.
Yeah. Hang on just 1 second here. Actually, yeah. I got to change one thing.
Man.
Oh, fuck.
If the Chiefs don't hurry up and put another touchdown on the board, I may need a third drink.
Okay.
I have to say, this was a recommendation for the liquor store in my small town. They got a recommendation. A lot of people are complaining, you don't have Jameson Orange on your shelf. And I was, I'm not a huge whiskey guy. I like whiskey, honey whiskey. But I like this Jameson Orange because it's like whiskey with orange zest in it. It's like, it's very immediately, as soon as it touches your tongue, it's like orange. And then it backs off and it's like, hey, I'm whiskey, by the way. It's pretty, it's one of those ones that's like, it's not something I get excited about, but I don't hate it either, if you know what I mean.
I think so. It's been a lot of years since I've drunk alcohol, so it's not.
You're a much
not
better
my
man
thing,
than
but
I am.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, it's like it's like saying the interest rate cuts are bullish. Well, there's what got us to that point. There's a backstory, but anyway. Okay, let's try this here and see if I don't get.
The Fed is taking an active role to make sure things do not get worse from here or do not get too bad from here. The last thing you want, and the one thing the markets fear all the time, day in and day out, is the Fed going too far? Are they asleep at the wheel? Do they have a grip on what's going on in the economy?
No.
This shows
the
a little
Fed
bit more
never
confidence.
Has a grip on what's going on.
Yeah, I was gonna say. No, they don't.
Let me explain something to you. The Fed always hikes rates too late, and they always cut rates too late. The Fed is always asleep at the wheel because, again, they're looking at backward-looking data trying to predict the future.
Yep. Yeah.
What kind of discussion are we having here? Did this guy just, stumble into an econ class and now thinks that he knows what he's talking about?
Well, and it's not just him. It's everybody. It's a lot. I mean, not everybody, obviously, but it's a lot of people. It's in the mainstream narrative too. I mean, I'm not excusing it, but
varsity savants,
the same shit.
These AMC hucksters that like talking about what we were talking about a couple streams ago, the reverse repo, such an a intricate, deep in the weeds metric of how the monetary system operates, and they pretend by just looking at a fucking chart they know what they're talking about. It's like I have spent so much time listening to Jeff Snyder, who spent decades understanding this issue, and still is like, you know, we can only sort of kind of guess what's going on. And yet these people think that they just by looking at the chart magically know what the fuck's going on. And it just
not
pisses me off so much.
Yep, here's one right here. By the way, I wanted to highlight
if it
this.
stays under 100, the reverse repo is back over $600 billion. I had told y'all in previous videos that if it stays under
we'd be able to
600
see that if your big ass fucking head
five
wasn't blocking the
consecutive trading
chart.
days, that I believe that the market is going to crash. I think that it went back up because QQQ and SPY were doing so well, because the market was running a little bit on Friday.
They have nothing
so
to
these
do with
bad
each
actors didn't really need that much money. But I personally, and I'm not telling you to buy, hold, or sell any.
Here, he's getting ready to pull an I believe. I can
stock.
feel it.
I personally do not feel that they're out of the water.
Oh shit! He weaseled his way. I personally feel
didn't really need that much money.
He changed it up on you.
But I personally, I'm not telling you to buy, hold, or sell any stock. I personally do not feel that they're out of the water, because remember,
I'm not telling you to do anything, but
reverse
here's
repo was at $2 trillion, and now it's down to 625. But I still believe, and this is just my opinion,
there it is. I still believe. I still believe.
If it stays below 600 billion for 5 consecutive trading days, the market.
Oh, is that what it is now? Under 600 trillion for 5
There's a
consecutive
reason why in my
trading days.
videos I don't do this weaselly bullshit like he does. Look, be honest with yourself. Be honest with your viewers. Be honest with everyone around you. You are giving financial advice. Stop being a little bullshit artist. You are giving financial advice. Does that mean that you're going to meet the standards by the SEC or anything? No, because there's a certain legal precipice that you have to cross. So you have to be giving advice, specific advice tailored to a specific person for money to be under the SEC's, thing.
Also, you have to be I think you have to be a little bit, consequential, or like you have to be legitimate in some way. Like he's not legitimate enough for anybody to care. I think
I'm talking about like illegal, like for
you're talking about
to sue you
in terms of the Investment Advisors Act, right? Of course, yeah.
Right.
Yes.
But like,
yeah, like
me
he's not
talking to Scott and saying, I think that, bond yields are going to go down. That's not illegal, but it is investment advice. Just be honest with your audience.
Yeah.
I think
that's all I ask.
Go ahead.
I think just to
go ahead, North Star.
That I think just to add to that, I think some of these guys are like small fries. It's like technically, in violation, but they're just too small of a fish to go after, and maybe some of these guys actually kind of play out that too.
There's a couple of those people, like I've seen them in the MMTLP community where they're higher tier memberships. They will say that they will give personalized advice, but they're never going to get busted by the SEC because the SEC doesn't have time for these dumb fuckers.
Yeah, they don't care about them. They're too small.
I wish they did, because some of them deserve to have their balls busted, but.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, like what Donahue George is doing is not going to get him in trouble with the SEC. But just be honest. You are giving financial advice. Stop bullshitting your audience.
Right. Yeah. And it's almost worse in a way, because if you listen to what he's saying, it just takes you so far away from an actual understanding. Then you're going to fall into it's garbage. Like he's, I think I was reacting to a previous one earlier in the stream. It's like where he said there's the only thing it could be is this, except if you discard your assumption and start with no assumptions, actually there's a lot of possibilities. One of them is the fact that you could be totally fucking wrong about everything. That always is a possibility. Like, what are you talking about? And that's the one possibility that they will never address. What if? I know, yeah, quintillions of naked shorts, but what if? Let's say no. Then what do you got? You have nothing. Like, so that to me, that's the most dangerous thing, is how these things get assumed into a narrative. And at this point, me talking until I'm blue in the face, saying, "Where's the evidence?" is useless. And it was useless initially, but it's just like sitting by watching this happen. It's just, I don't know. It's just so typical. It seems like, this is the old thing of what's popular is not right, and what's right is not popular. That's all. That's the best I can come up with.
And the best you can do.
The more people believe it, it's probably more wrong. Yeah.
Like the best you can do is just get your message out there and cordon off the normies from this bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that I don't know. Are people still getting sucked into this? Really, I don't know. Or is this tornado weakening and about to fizzle out? Is this even a tornado? Is it even a tropical storm anymore? Or is this the rain that we get, the shitty tropical rain that we get 5 days later in Ohio?
Depression, Donahue.
or even the storm,
Oh, well, it could be.
We're in the eye of the storm right now.
Tropical depression, Bubby.
Oh my God. Now
depression, Morant.
God, I hope we're not.
He's definitely on a depression move.
I think the vast majority of people that come in are brand new, and they listen to whatever is kind of presented in front of them, and sooner or later they're going to get burnt, and then they learn. It's like they got to just take their fucking lumps, and
that's the problem.
Well,
and why I try and encourage some of these people from Twitter to come over to YouTube is I do think that because this cult still has some momentum, they can push around the algorithm, and you'll go do a search from AMC and see what videos pop up in front of you. Yeah, you'll get some CNBC stuff and things like that. But how many of these pumpers pop up? I guarantee quite a few of them, especially the ones with 30K subs or more, like your AMC Bigums, your Thomas James.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I do. That's what this is here on the screen. Oops, yeah, AMC. It's just a save search of AMC. There's a lot of new channels actually talking about AMC, just like small ones. Ape Father, Uncle Frank Finance. Oh, Adam's last days at AMC. I guess they fantasize about Adam Aron leaving. New York Angelo, creative investor. I mean, so yeah.
Lottery stocks.
He's still, yep. I saw one from right here. Yep.
See, I'm surprised I got a request in the comments of my last video to deal with stocks and crypto plays.
Oh.
Crypto's been pumping lately.
Yeah.
Let's
that
see
kooky
here.
Motherfucker with his weird ass glasses.
Yeah.
Hey friends, welcome.
Wait, hold on a second here.
I think just by pure volume of videos these guys are pumping out,
yeah,
that's just how the algorithm works. It goes to these.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because look at his views. He's got his last one has about 600, and then it's 1,900. 27, then back down to 8, 1K, 4K, 1K, 1K. It's just volume. That's all it is.
Mm-hmm.
There's no consistency in their numbers.
Yep. No.
I mean, even on
Donahue
top of
George.
that, how long are people watching these people? Too. They might get
That's
in
the
there
back
and
end
say the
stuff
same
that we
shit
never
again.
see. I know for my videos, most people drop within the first few minutes. These people look to see if you're confirming their bias, and then they're gone.
Yeah.
Right. It looks like his AMC videos do better than most of all the other ones.
Yeah.
Mostly, but
probably because that's where he made his name first when he started his channel.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way it is with me. I talk about other things and I can get pops depending on the topic on certain stocks. But if I'm not talking about AMC, more than likely, because I got my start talking about the lawsuit. So I'm stuck in that cast type, unfortunately, much to my chagrin.
He's got a few videos that have 15, 13, 12,000 views. I mean, they're all from 9 or more months ago, 5 months ago, a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think in that mirrors kind of the popularity of the whole thing, I think.
Well, yeah, if you go look at my videos, all of my 2K videos are back from last summer during the lawsuit. Funny that.
Yeah. What about Google Trends here?
LeBron DeSantis.
Oh wow.
Yeah, look at that spike.
That's
there,
the GameStop
right there.
squeeze. GameStop squeeze and AMC squeeze right there. And so this is the stock price, right? Oh no. It kind of looks like it though.
And then you can see there that small couple of humps there where the lawsuit was in July.
Well, GameStop didn't even have a second bounce at all.
Yeah, it just had one and then dead. Wow. Hey, Morantz, take a look at that chart.
Yeah. That didn't really change anything.
That's really crazy that you had the second spike for the AMC spike, and AMC still kept bouncing around, but GME was just dead. That's so weird. I would.
Yeah, I mean,
that
it went up a little bit. It went up by 1, whatever this unit is here. I don't know what the hell this is. It's 1 to 100, whatever the fuck that means. But it went up from 2 to 3 when AMC went from like 33 to 67. Or I'm sorry, like 13 to 67. GameStop went from 2 to 3. So it did have a little bit. But, I mean, yeah.
Well, there's always been sort of that meme stock sympathy pull that's been
sympathy,
really weird.
Right. Yep. I've never actually looked at this one on here, MMTLP. I don't even think it's
my
gonna
goodness
register with the others. I have to probably take these off.
Yeah, there's a small little register
It's a
there at
flat
the beginning,
line.
and then it just kind of, yeah.
Not until, this is when it all went down. December of 22. Look at this. Interest by subregion. The number 1 region, North Dakota for MMTLP. Kind of random.
I never would have guessed that. I would have figured it'd been like Texas or California or I like
that's
how
interesting
Maine
because
and the Great
aren't
Lakes
they
are the next big ones?
Yeah,
Aren't
there a lot of mines and stuff out in this area? Like,
Yeah.
do they have business interests in North Dakota and Maine? Like, what's going on there with that?
Oil. I know, like south of North Dakota, there is some oil there, and a lot of pipelines. But I would have
sure there's
that would have been
other
more
mining.
like mid-south. That would have been big into MMTLP.
Minnesota,
Like
Wisconsin
Oklahoma.
for sure. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. Maybe it's just conspiracy-minded folks in these places. I mean, there's everywhere though, so I don't feel like there are more in these states than anywhere. So I don't know. Metro area. I've never actually looked at this. Now the metro, it says number 1 is Reno, Nevada, and then Huntsville,
the company
Decatur,
was incorporated
Alabama.
in Nevada.
Okay, that makes sense then. But what is that? Fargo City. There's the North Dakota connection, Fargo. So It's got to be business connection. It's got to be some kind of, I don't know, operating.
I don't know,
unit
because
or something.
Berta is out of St. Louis. I know that much. McCabe is from Colorado.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway.
And see,
yeah, I don't know what the hell.
TLP did the reverse merger thing with Metamaterials when it was Torchlight. It had wells in Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. So I'm just sitting here going, like, the state by state chart is just weird to me.
Mm-hmm. I remember when MMAT was the original thing that everybody was. It was one of these meme stocks from 2021, and it, died off.
I missed most of this because I didn't get involved into any of this till 2022. The first meme stock I was introduced to was Redbox. And boy, did I take the piss out of that one.
Yeah, there's a lot to take out, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've talked about it a little bit. I don't remember much, to be honest.
What's up, everybody?
One of the first videos I did.
These guys were
up,
just
everybody. It's the common sense idiot.
Okay. So
I have a story behind that border crisis video. I have a story. So
okay, hang on one second.
Tony had a live
just before you do that.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Hold on one sec. Just where he says AMC, we might have a lawyer. He's referring to this lawsuit. I didn't actually put this together until just now.
Yeah.
That he's insinuating that the lawyer that is looking into Virtu would be interested in representing AMC shareholders. That's what his implication is, which is probably not true.
Silly.
Because no other lawyer would be interested in intentionally walking into censure and possible sanctions and disbarment
yeah, I know, right?
in their jurisdiction.
What we were discussing earlier today. Yeah.
Yeah, because, and
impersonating
right.
a retired judge.
It's outrageous. Okay, so
Texas.
Should we watch this video first? I haven't even watched it.
I wouldn't watch
it's only 3
it.
minutes.
I've never watched it. I just know that the only reason I guarantee you that this video happened is because me and Tony had a live stream that was just one of those open-ended stock talks. And we meandered for like a brief, it was just in passing the conversation. We briefly talked about politics, concluded what our rough approximations of our political views were. And we're like, look, we don't talk about these because, the political market on YouTube is already crowded and it's pointless to talk about politics. All it does is make other people angry. But he had brought up the whole border issue in Texas. And so, how CSI is. He can never come up with his own ideas. He's always got to graft his ideas off of someone else. And so that's, I bet you 100% where that video came out of. Tony happened to be talking about the Texas border issue with immigrants. And so, well, God damn it, he needs to talk about it because he can't be left behind when Clown Tony is talking about it, because that's how CSI always operates. He has not a single opinion in his head that's his own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Unbelievable. I mean, it and then he goes on to say, I love it, in that we might have a lawyer. He's a Democrat, but you want the Democrats on your side. Oh,
Jesus Christ.
He knows that, I mean, at least it signals he realizes that people are going to be like, what? His audience, I would guess, mostly
he
not.
had to spin around that one video where I basically called him a communist. We both sat down and said if someone called him a socialist to his face, he wouldn't take that too well. And sure enough, I made a video right after that. He didn't take that one too hot.
Right.
I don't know if you saw that.
So yeah, it's very much. I think I did. Yeah, I did see it. And yeah, he got.
Yeah, because I pulled it and uploaded it to the chat. Yeah.
Because you're doing exactly what he said. I forget, what did he say? He said it was so ridiculous the way he said it. Oh God, I didn't even remember.
He was saying that I was doing what Hillary Clinton did when I was making excuses.
Oh, that's right.
For how I for things, which is funny because he was making excuses for the fact that I called him out on his bullshit.
Right. Yeah. Oh my God.
He is the master of constructing an army of straw men that you have to chop through to get to his stupid fucking argument.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, I heard. All right. Here's a toilet joke.
Why did the picture go to jail? Very simple. It was framed. Oh!
Good. Now this is what this guy has come to now. Videos on the toilet, eating food.
Bad jokes.
I mean, I don't know if you remember when he used to sing and play the piano on his videos.
I don't see him on the
Ape
live
Father
feed, so I don't know. Oh, well, I've never really been acquainted with Ape Father, so.
Oh.
Yeah, he's never popped up anytime I've done an AMC search or anything.
I mean,
I assume.
He doesn't.
Derivative.
This is the best video. Where the fuck is it? I mean, how in this many videos come up that are... Here it is, yeah. I'll share the video because it's, on the thing.
Mm-hmm.
The share screen. Oh shit. How to share screen? There we go. Here we go. All right.
I'm going to scare everybody in the movie theater. You can't kill Michael Myers! It's impossible! But what you can do is buy AMC stock. Millions coming, baby. AMC stock. You want to be a millionaire? AMC, I'm an ape. They call me the ape father, baby. You can't kill Michael Myers, but you can become a multi-millionaire.
There's a girl that just went by, and she's not having it at all. Look on her face.
How do you not get carried out by the police?
I don't know.
Baby, AMC in the house. Wow!
And then that smirk right there at the end. God. This guy's put on some age in this time period. Check him out there. And here he is in his recent videos. And maybe it's just the beard. Probably just the beard, I guess. But this video is from October 2021. Wow, it's been that long. Holy shit. Oh. Manuel wants to play the Tony DiNaro clip.
Uh-oh, which one? Oh, the one where he asks you to compare the two side by side, the Ape Father and his parody of the Ape Father.
No, I don't think it's that. I don't know. No. Tony DiNaro talking to Korax about you, I guess, meaning me.
Oh, yeah, that did happen.
Well, Yeah? Okay, hang on. I gotta do the thing here. Okay. Whoop. Shit. There's a lot of steps involved here, apparently. There we go. All right, here we go. Okay.
Ape Father and Michael Myers. How does it go? You can't kill Michael Myers, but you can be a billionaire inside an AMC theater. Was that good enough?
I'll ask a little
See, I hadn't
later.
seen the clip.
I'm
now
sure
I'm
she'll give me
now I can laugh at
score
that.
of 10 approval of it.
That is a pretty funny clip.
Yeah, it
With
is.
those
Now
chimes
with
in
some
this room,
context.
that was on my phone. I have everything is automated, so I have cameras and alarms and alerts, and it was chiming that someone is in the front yard and then at the front door.
Yeah, I helped my stepdad install something like that at his house, where he's got one at his front door and then one for his big workshop.
I also have Gatling guns. You know, if you don't identify yourself, if you're says hi, Scarlett. She wrecked the Lambo. Hey, did you?
No.
Did you? Stifler says at this point, a run to 27 would cover all my calls, so that would be nice. What's your expiration on those, Stifler?
Oh, I feel so sorry.
Did Railvin leave? I never got a reaction to my Ape Father impression.
She might be in and out. I know she's on my side, so she'll respond, but
Well, make sure y'all clip it and play it next to Ape Fathers and see how well I do. Okay,
I'll work it out. I've got some technical assistance.
Not you, but you know who I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Your other friend.
I'm sure I can work something out.
January 2025.
Magic.
Yep. And that's all I get, huh? That's all I get.
Don't worry.
These man children.
Tag along whenever I throw. Don't worry. That's you get plenty when I go to throw stones over at Morant's. You got a shout out from.
Oh, I know. Oh, I'm sure. Oh.
If you remember that one video where he was getting all pissy at all of us.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Clearly, there's a sore spot of some kind. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I don't get it.
The sore spot is you bully him back.
Oh, no, I'm talking about Toby. I'm sorry, Tony.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Toby. I mean, Tony.
We're moving
Toby?
too fast for my
Is it
drunk ass right now.
Is it Tony? Is it Toby? I don't know. Your friend over there. Yeah.
I got too many friends. I can't keep track of them all.
Can you catch me up real quick? Who was it? Who are we just watching?
Tony De Niro.
That was Tony.
Now,
yeah.
is he a pumper? I've only heard of him through Morant's. I know he kind of clapped at Morant's, but
I personally wouldn't classify Tony as a pumper. He covers a lot of meme stocks, which is why he gets a lot of gruff from Morant's, because there's only one stock. Remember, it's GME, and if you're doing anything else, then you're a heretic. I know people have different opinions on Tony, so.
Well, he certainly was at one time. I mean, whether he is now, I probably agree that I don't think that he is, but he absolutely was at one time. He was trying to be in 2021. And then I think he saw the writing on the wall and sort of pivoted to trying to be evidence-based. But it's weird because that's when he started antagonizing me. So I don't know exactly what happened there. That's when he started calling me Darth Vader and all kinds of stupid shit. Like, okay, whatever. I mean, if you think, and like a lot of the shit that he talks about, it's shit that we talked about in 2021. You know, that he's talking about now. I'm not saying he got it from me or whatever. If it's the reality, I'm not claiming ownership of the truth, but a lot of the shit, like I remember specifically arguing with him about naked shorts or synthetic shares. Yeah. At one time, he came in at live stream chat, and he wouldn't like say, yeah, there's no evidence for it, or he wanted to reserve the right to believe in it without evidence and use it in the narrative. And it's like, well, no, you can't really do that. And so that was the last
I'm sure
interaction I think I had directly with him.
You're in the same position I am with AMC Bigums, where he had his big like phase 6 shit. And then suddenly he's all about the fundamentals. And I'm like, but you admit
came for the squeeze, stayed for the fundamentals.
Then. Yeah.
Yep.
There's a lot of people doing that. Like the only time, like I don't have anything personal against Tony, but I see a lot of people moving in his footsteps where they realize their bullshit wasn't working. And so suddenly they've co-opted the fundamentals thing.
But I don't think it's another example of, really, I'll say this, there's not a lot of difference between Marantz and Tony in this aspect, that they gained their following by doing what they did. Essentially. We all do, I guess. But Tony gained his following by being an AMC pumper. At the end of the day, if he had done what I did, he probably would be as not popular as I am. But he chose the other way. That got him more subs. Then he pivoted. Okay? That's basically it. And then Marantz, very similar thing. So they can't stray too far. If you notice, like, that's why I believe that's why Tony doesn't stray too far. That's why that's why these guys don't stray far from, what they've gained their followings on. Otherwise, they'll lose them. I think. I don't know. I think there's an element of that to it. I don't think he's a straight up pumper anymore.
I think it started. I'm glad that I've not had any delusions. Like, it'd be cool if I could make money doing this, but I've never had any delusions that I'm going to make money doing this. This is all fun to me. I'm here for the laughs, the giggles, the calling out the bullshit artists. So like, if I gain 10 subs today and lose them all tomorrow, I could give a shit less. If Marantz
I don't even look at the
nobody,
numbers.
I don't give a fuck. Like, okay.
I take it as a compliment.
Yeah.
I take it as a compliment, to be honest. So.
Have you watched
anyway
Connecting the Dots series?
His connecting the coloring book dots. You mean where he plays like 6 degrees of separation with people in their LinkedIn profiles?
He's gone in depth with the who the board of directors are and
private equity.
Yeah, private equity has infiltrated these companies and sort of destroying from within.
That I'm not saying that doesn't happen with a lot of bad actors, but like but then he has to play this game, this gotcha game where he's like, well, Ryan Cohen isn't private equity. It's like, bullshit. Yes, he is.
Yeah, there's that. And also, like, it's not sad when companies that zombie companies, get liquidated and go out of business. There's a time for everything. And this is garbage narrative of, they're killing private equities, is killing corporations and all their innocent corporations. It's fucking bullshit. Like, no, we have a record number of zombie corporations right now. They need to go away. And yeah, it's sad that, whoever, Johnny is going to have to find a new part-time job. But that's the way the world fucking works. Like, shit doesn't last forever, and we can't artificially have bullshit around. So I don't get sad when Circuit City goes bankrupt or whatever the fuck, or GameStop. Like, I don't think about corporations as fucking people, because they're not. Like,
and as someone who's worked at Toys R Us, one of the companies that he likes to front as one of these like private equity fuck ups. It's like, yeah, they decided to do a leveraged buyout. That was kind of stupid considering that, it was right before the, 2007 recession and everything bottomed up. But at the first moment of it, it was great because we were one of the stores that got remodeled because of it, like you can't predict everything that's going to happen in an economy.
It's not all bad either. Like, it's the problem with this is it's all black and white. Like, he paints at private equity as being a bad thing, and that's just not the case. I mean, that's ignorance. Really, it's an ignorant position to have to believe and assume that all private equity firms, destroy companies. That's all they do. They're always bad, negative, and you should run the other way. I mean, I don't personally believe that. Now, in full disclosure, the company that I work for is owned by a private equity firm, but that just happens to be the case. Like, it just literally happens to be the case. I mean, it's not. The company's been, the company's not in trouble. I'm not getting the sense that we're being, liquidated. We're growing. So I don't know. It's I don't care for that. It's all conspiracy. It's just name dropping, weak associations, and a lot of somebody who likes to hear himself talk. In my opinion, for Marantz, and is connecting the dots. So Model 3 dude is saying, what store were you in for Toys R Us? You guys have a common thread there. Because Model 3 dude, well, I'll let him explain it. But I believe Model 3 dude, I don't know if was in California at the time. I believe he's there now, but I'll let him say that as well. But he's a Toys R Us guy. Long-time Toys R Us guy, I believe. Didn't he say that he knew Mr. Lazarus? I don't know. Anyway. Okay. One thing I think we can all agree on, though, is this.
Okay. I need the price to go up. Like, very soon, I can't take this anymore. I'm checking price, and it is lower every hour. Check price, bad price. I can't take this anymore. I have over-invested by a lot. I need the price to go up already. Can they do something?
Can AA do something?
Was that Kai's?
No, that was
What was that?
I don't know. I don't know. Manuel always quotes this, and I didn't know what it was, and I found it. Can Ryan Cohen do something? Yeah, right. Sure. All right. Well, let's see here. Is there anything else I need to... Probably... Let's see. What is this song here? All right. I'm going to end the stream here with this. I haven't watched this yet. The Tendy Man, Wall Street Bets, Wellerman Sea Shanty cover, was posted a little bit ago. So that might be good.
I
But
gotta say, great.
anyway, thanks.
Song, by the way.
Oh, good one to end on then. I'd like to say thanks to North Star and Noisy Corax for being in here and chatting a little bit. We'll do it again soon.
Thanks for having me.
Anytime, my man. Anytime. And feel free to start up the voice chat too if you're ever in there. And somebody might jump in. If you're bored or whatever. So, all right, let's see what we got here.
There once was a stock that put to sea. The name of the stock was GME. The price blew up and the shorts dipped down. Hold my bully boys, hold. Soon may the tendy man come to send a rocket into the sun. One day when the trading is done, we'll take our gains and go. She had not been 2 weeks from shore when Ryan Cohen joined the board. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take his shares and hold. Soon may the tendy man come to send a rocket into the sun. One day when the trading is done, we'll take our gains and go. Before the news had hit the market, Wall Street bets came up and bought it. With diamond hands, they knew they'd profit if they could only hold. Soon may the tendy man come to send a rocket into the sun. One day when the trading is done, we'll take our gains and go. No deals were cut, no shorts were squeezed. The captain's mind was not on greed, but he belonged to the artist's creed. He took the risk to hold. Soon may the tendy man come to send a rocket into the sun. One day when the trading is done, we'll take our gains and go. For 40 days or even more, the stock went up, then down once more. All gains were lost, it was looking poor, but still those traders did hold. Soon may the tendy man come to send a rocket into the sun. One day when the trading is done, we'll take our gains and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on. The short's not squeezed and the gain's not won. The tendy man makes his regular call to encourage the captain, crew, and all. Soon may the tendy man come to send a rocket into the sun. One day when the trading is done, we'll take our gains and go. Soon may the tendy man come to send a rocket into the sun. One day when the trading is done, we'll take our gains and go.
You can't kill Michael Myers! It's impossible!
This is what happens when you work to change things.
You're being a little bitch!
What do you fucking want from me? Get off my dick!
You know, if you don't understand the situation, it's better sometimes not to speak and just be proven incomplete.
That was pretty amazing.
Okay, so.
God damn, I wish I had thought about that. Thought to do that.
I think you a bitch.
Or something like that. Oh well.
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying it? What are you saying? Huh?
First they think you're crazy, then they fight you.
Huh? All right.
I don't really
have a good one. Hold on tight.
And all of a sudden you change the world.